If I can figure out this internet thing, I might actually try to do this more often, though. I'm having a good time.
It is a pretty good time. I'm actually, I thought you'd be exhausted, but it seems like you're having a pretty good time.
Anytime I get to talk about art, I'm the happiest I've ever been.
Yeah, and I know like this Hieronymus Bosch painting is absolute genius, and the base. I remember staring at this thing for hours when I was a kid.
Internet thing, I might actually try to do this more often. I'm having a good time. Let me get this pop-out check.
Here it is.
Right.
Yay!
Okay. You want me to just read the intro and get going?
Yeah, let's just get going.
Yeah, I love it. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to Splatbook, the RPG Topics podcast. If this is your first episode, we talk about tabletop RPG design, but we're doing something a little different today. This show is brought to you by the generous contributions of the lovely backers of the MapCrow Patreon. Head on over to patreon.com/MapCrow and pledge today to support the show and gain exclusive access to the MapCrow Secret Sketchbook. My name is Kyle, and with me today is my favorite Game Master John. How are we doing today, buddy?
I'm great. It's my favorite internet celebrity, Kyle Latino.
Oh, stop.
Stop.
For
We're not
posterity.
only brought by MapCrow backers, though, today, I think there's something else you might want to mention. We're also brought to you by the backers of Monstrous.
That's right. So we are, for posterity's sake, we are live streaming right now on my YouTube channel, MapCrow, and we are. This is to promote the kind of get us across that finish line for the Monstrous book, which I need to mention on this stream a lot more often than I have been. I just get so wrapped into talking to folks and talking about paintings and everything. It's been a real problem.
That's awesome.
But yeah, we're having a great time. And as part of that programming day, we are recording an episode of Splatbook. And I'm wondering like how many folks. I'm wondering how many folks like are not reading the description and making the jump from MapCrow over to Splatbook. In which case, I think they're in for a treat today.
I hope so. Yeah, actually, I'd be curious.
Yeah, who knows?
You certainly have more subscribers on MapCrow than we do on Splatbook.
It's not a contest, John. It's not a contest.
Thank goodness. Yeah.
So yeah. What did you want to talk about today, John? I think you kind of chose a particularly adversarial topic today.
Well, there's something that you really enjoy in RPGs that I do not. Actually, there's two things, and I'm super curious about them because I think we're similar in so many other ways. And in fact, sometimes I worry that our podcast is like, "Hello, welcome to John and Kyle agree about everything," but it isn't really, right? Like I think one big thing you said that sort of really surprised me when we were recording a couple weeks ago was that you love tactical games, and in fact, when I watched your I almost made it through your entire video about tactics in Baldur's Gate 3.
It's a long one. That's a big ask.
but it was also the only one that I maybe started looking at my watch in the history of MapCrow, only because tactical games are just not my thing. And sure. I remember, I think it's Rangers of Shadow Deep.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? Yes. That was something you did a MapCrow video on early. So I know that you also enjoy solo RPGs, and I have just noticed, and I'm sure everybody here has noticed, like a rise in the chat. If I'm missing any, let me know. But like there is a huge rise in solo content for RPGs. The new Free League version, the new Free League book for the One Ring, Moria, has a solo mode.
Oh, that's really, I really got to check that out. I'm very interested in that.
There's a new, I won't say the name over here because I can't remember it, but B, we're also backing your Kickstarter, not somebody else's. But there's a Kickstarter that's been showing up in my social feeds a ton to play 5e solo.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and I think that's cool, but it also is interesting to me. There is something about solo gaming and tactical gaming and computer gaming, and I I'm so confused about all of it, and I think you're more of an expert than I am. So, for example, let me give you an example. If let's say your name were Kyle, for example.
Let's say,
and you enjoyed computer games, and you enjoyed tactical RPGs, or you enjoyed tactical puzzles in your games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you ever play a non-computer tactical game? Solo. Because I've always thought that the one advantage computer RPGs had on pen and paper RPGs was they just make the math so much easier, right? Like, there's a ton of things you don't do. They're not super social. The role playing has to all be scripted. Like, there's sort of not a lot of room for spontaneity and human interaction, but they're great for solo play and they're great for tactical play. But now we're seeing those two things come back into the paper space, and that's what I wanted to talk about today. I just think that's really interesting.
Yeah. There's a couple of things, right? There is a first of all, the thing that really drives me to solo RPGs is just as a game design fan. I like to look and see how people are solving that problem. They're solving a problem that doesn't need to be solved, which is to say they're designing a game in the first place. Like, already it's sort of it's sort of an indulgent enterprise. And
go ahead. I'll finish your thought, but I have a thought on that in particular. But go ahead.
Well, no, I think that let's count that thought as completed, because I think that stands on its own. So what do you say in response?
Well, so my thought is, and I don't think, I think you're the last person on the planet to diminish art and making art. But I was just reading a book, about, well, I hate to tell you, hey Kenny, it was a Stephen King book. Okay, I'm reading Holly, but we can't do the Dark Tower deep dive today, Kenny. But if you wanted to do the Holly Gibney deep dive, I'm reading the new Holly Gibney book. But there's a young character in the book who writes poetry, and at one point she gets together with a group of other poets, and they start reading poetry to each other, and there's crying and laughing, and everyone's having a great time. And there's this moment where she says, "Wow, this is amazing. I finally found some people to hang out with who think stories and poetry are as important as bank accounts and stocks and bonds." Mm-hmm. Right? And so the only thing I wanted to say to that sort of indulgent thing is, I'm not sure it is indulgent. I think I don't want to speak to your experience, Kyle, but I think you design games and draw because you gotta. I don't think for a second that if you got a job in an office, you would stop drawing or talking about art. Yeah, I could be wrong.
I don't. It's there's sort of a way that especially some famous writers, I think including Stephen King, talk about writing as sort of an exercise of pathology. That it is a bug or disease that they've gotten. I think there's certainly one way to look at it, but
it can also be in between. You create games because you really want to.
Yeah,
right?
There's something that I find intrinsically rewarding about the act and the puzzle of game design and playing game design, and there's also something wonderful about connecting with the designer through their design. And it's not all conversations happen with words. Many conversations, in fact, I think there are many ways, especially if you live in a suburb or a city or something like that. I mean, really almost anywhere in the world that you are likely to get to in a reasonable drive from an airport is designed. Your life is designed, and there's actually a lot more conversation happening through the designs and the systems and the laws and so on that are piled on top of sort of our animal existence than there are words shared about it. And so that's kind of that's a big appeal to me. Is just boy, this seems like a weird thing to do, because you're right. There's no reason. But in the same way, let me hit you with this. Since we're in this pro art thing, why play a TTRPG if it's not the most efficient way to do it?
Right.
One might also ask the painter, why paint anything when it's not the most efficient way to capture that image?
You know what's interesting? Yes. But also, here's the other thought I had. That is a great point. But here's the other thought I had, which was um, just something I've been thinking about is that one one thing that you do that I don't do, um, and that is I don't like to work alone. Does that sound crazy? Like I think you like it.
I do. I do. Like I really value my alone time, and
Yeah.
I think there's some really good reasons for that, and I think there's some really bad reasons for that, and it's
Well,
difficult to disentangle them. But yeah.
yeah, same here is what I'll say is that like somehow I managed to work with computer programmers, and I'm not sure how. Because they are a group of people who very much enjoy their alone time,
Hmm.
and I don't I there's that joke about calling a meeting,
Mm-hmm.
um and y- sorry about that. I had audio problems for a second there, but yeah, I'm the guy who calls too many meetings. They're like, John, do we have to talk about this together? I'm like, no, I'm kind of done working
Yet another
alone.
meeting that could have been an email. That's you, John. That's your
Yes,
job.
that's
is
me.
to call
I'm
meetings
guilty.
that could have been emails.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that like everything isn't about somebody's inherent character, but on another sense it kind of is. Like yes, I think you enjoy that conversation with designers, but I also think you are very good at working uh in your head, so to speak, if that makes any sense, and enjoying that, whereas I would like to spend as little time in my head. There's Anne Lamott has a great quote, my brain is like a bad neighborhood. I try not to go there alone, so that
Oh
that's
yes,
often how I feel about it.
yes. I mean, and I will say that I have to be in a mood to go for a solo RPG. It is much more easy for me to get into the mood to play a video game. It's much more frequent that I would do that than I would break out Rangers of Shadow Deep or whatever, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I think that's really interesting. Just like one's proclivity to be by oneself, and interest in one's own thoughts, is
Yes.
it's a really interesting thing. Let me ask you this though, John.
Yeah.
When because I've run a game for a player that I found out that this was a thing, that this player has aphantasia. So like when they read books, they don't see pictures of it in their head. And when I describe things, they don't see images in their head. And
Okay.
I do, right? That is always my default. And it's like, it took me a while to figure out like how to run this game effectively for somebody who cannot just like picture images in their head from the description of things. So like, do you find yourself like able to, like, when you're reading a book or listening to it, like, are you seeing a movie in your head or not?
That's a good question. I think I am, and I think I am seeing images. Going back to the book I'm reading right now, like I have a clear picture, just thinking about it, I have a clear picture of the characters as described to me, and I've created visual images. So I think I do. But sort of tangential to your question, in sort of answering my own questions, you know what I do a lot is when I'm thinking through something, I often imagine a scenario where I am talking to somebody who's not me.
Yes, yeah.
Like a real person, right? Like if I'm having trouble with something at work, and this isn't like an exercise I do, it's just something that happens. I'll imagine me having a conversation with that person. And it's just kind of how I think. So I wonder if I think talking helps me think. And I think you see that on this podcast, because often I say stuff and I haven't thought about it at all. And in talking to Kyle, I learn more. But no, I think I do a lot of talking to think, talking to other people. Yeah.
Let me tell you this. When I play Rune by Spencer Campbell, or Rangers of Shadow Deep by Joseph A. McCullough, or if I am playing a Thousand Year Vampire by Tim Hutchings.
Yeah.
I might be scooting around little models on a board. I might be journaling, but I'm almost always talking out loud to myself.
Interesting.
I am narrating, and in fact, like especially with Rangers of Shadow Deep, I do have like some video playthroughs of that where I'm using Owlbear Rodeo to kind of keep track of where all the characters are. Actually, I think it was the Forge is what I was using, and I was like, oh, this is fun, but it became really fun after I was editing that footage and then narrating that footage. Then I was just like, I love this.
It's so interesting to me, and I wonder if I should try that, because what I'm thinking is, because one of the reasons I don't enjoy a ton of Pwaft, or for those not familiar, play away from the table, is again this sort of I don't like working alone kind of thing, but also solo RPGs just don't do it for me. I could tell you story after story of how I have played. There was for the basic set of D&D a long time ago, and I can see speaking of being able to creating images, I can see the image of the cover in my head. I can't remember the name of the adventure, but it was a solo adventure where you rolled up your character. And then also I had a number of the Middle-earth quest books, which
oh yeah,
there's a great one called Shadow over Isengard, or Shadow and Isengard.
That has the cover of the famous Pondering the Orb. Yes. I played through it actually.
Yeah, I got like 3 pages, because even I even have a game where you're supposed to like called Ambush, which I love, which is a solo like World War II game. I always played with a friend.
Is that like Avalon Hill?
Victory Games, which I bought Avalon Hill, but yes, yeah. But yeah, no, just the long story short is that I just found that those because I would, first of all, I'm not a very tactical person, and so when I would play a solo game, it really is a tactical game, especially those older ones.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm gonna leap across the chasm and swing from a rope, and then I would die instantly, because a math system doesn't care if I do something fun or cool. It just is doing the math on how many hit points I just took. So I always kind of tanked the solo games, and maybe that's why I didn't like them. But yeah, I just don't enjoy playing by myself. I think that's why I enjoy RPGs, because I like that connection with people as we play. It gives me energy.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, it's like it's different flavors. It's just like it's sometimes I'm in the mood for sweet, sometimes in the mood for sour, sometimes in the mood for savory.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they are in fact very, very different, and I don't think anyone would claim otherwise. The big question that I think I have is it actually role playing?
That is my question too, and not to alienate your audience. Like, I've always asked this question about computer RPGs, and at no point do I say computer RPGs aren't valid or fun, because I do play them, but are they really role playing games? Yeah, I have that same question. But let's go to your question first, rather than have everybody quit the stream in disgust.
What was my question?
Your question is a solo RPG an RPG?
Yeah. Are you taking on a role? Because to me, like that is sort of a performative act, like it's like putting on a play by yourself, there's sort of, and I think that's why I tend to enjoy a tactical version of this. Like I do love Ironsworn by Sean Tompkins. I think it's a tremendous game, but I like it more as a GM-less game than I like it as a solo game. And because there's sort of no residue of the activity rules as written, versus a journaling RPG or a tactical RPG that you are externalizing this performance in some way,
right,
even if it is just the scooting of miniatures around. I think that to me is kind of part of it, but it's just like performing Shakespeare for yourself. You would normally call that practice. You wouldn't necessarily call that a play. The one man, no audience play is not something that really exists.
But there's really something fun about it. So let me throw. I'm actually, hey, how about this? I'm actually going to bring us back to our topic for the day. As Pwaft, Monstrous is great play away from the table.
Yeah.
But there's also a solo RPG element to it. You get the opportunity in this to work out a ton of stuff about these monstrous creatures in here, right? It's its own mini game.
Yes.
As prep for so is it a solo RPG to that extent? Like, obviously it doesn't have a beginning, middle, and end. You're not playing the whole character. But let's say, for example, you're making the vampire, right? There's so much going on there. Like, you are embodying the vampire. They're a sentient creature with all this stuff going on. Like, I don't know. I'm super curious to see what you think. You wrote the thing, so maybe
that's a great question. What a stumper. What is the difference between GM prep and a solo RPG? Goodness gracious.
This is why we do this podcast together, because every once in a while I get you a stinger.
No. That's really gonna do a whammy on me, man.
Sorry. Maybe that was the wrong day for it.
I think it's about where the camera is. Like, am I seeing out of the vampire's eyes, or am I looking from 100 feet am I playing Sims with vampires, right? Like, in a certain way, to call back to another episode, I feel like GM prep is actually closer to toy play than it is to gameplay.
Okay.
And I think as a solo RPG player, there's a strong idea that you are to respect the dice. You are to respect the results of the oracle. This is not that you want to get too bent out of shape about it. If it's like, oh, well, actually I get that result and I don't like it at all. You can just God mode and hand wave your way through it. There's nothing stopping you. You don't have to ask him his permission, but still, like, there's this idea that you are supposed to allow the story to emerge from the limited position of power that you have as a player of a solo RPG. And I think that is not something you have as a GM. I think you have infinite dragons, right?
Yes. Hey, actually, there's a great question in the chat if I can jump in.
Please do, yeah.
Yeah. Tartar Digger says, art is still art regardless of an audience. Why can't performance or role play remain so regardless of audience or contributors? So that's interesting.
Well, now hold,
because
Tartar Digger, hold your horses, because I don't know that I necessarily agree with you. I think the experience of the art is a major component of it. I think there's a difference between art and artwork, and I think John Dewey in Art as an Experience kind of spends a whole book on the experience of the art is the actual is the encounter. Your thinking mind perceiving it and feeling contingent experiences upon your encounter with that thing. That is the art. And I think this is what the conceptual artists are all about. Is like, it's the idea of flipping over a fountain or flipping over a urinal and calling it a fountain. That is the art, not necessarily the urinal itself. But I think this is it's I don't disagree with you that art is still art. If people aren't around to perceive it, but I think it's an interestingly more sticky issue.
I love though that it's a Splatbook episode because we got another juicy question from an audience member, which helps. Also, the interesting thing there is a difference, I think, between audience and contributor, but I don't think that difference is always clear. So, for example, you were talking about having a conversation with the creator of a game, right? When you're playing it solo. So in that sense, you are the audience of that game. But when you are playing an RPG with other people, that you are all creating a story together. You are all contributors. They are not your audience as a game master. So I'm wondering, but you may never have an audience for your RPG. For example, you may just have contributors.
Wow. It's always a co-authoring experience. It's just some people have a sort of more of a free hand with their contributions.
Yes.
And one of those contributors has infinite dragons. I'm having a blast. This is so much fun to talk with you, John. I love having this podcast with you.
Like you think Kyle's just saying that because we're streaming. We actually say that to each other pretty much every time we record.
It just John cuts it every time because he doesn't want to get sappy.
I did leave it in last time because we also made fun of Andy Rao.
Well, that's always worth it.
Yeah, that's always worth it. So, yes. So, I like, but let's talk about solo RPGs. So, like, compare like the Iron Sword experience to like the Baldur's Gate experience, because I think the question you had asked before we went on this amazing tangent was, is it still role playing? And I think the answer is yes.
I think actually the let me
oh wait, hold on, I answered a question. We don't do that here. I apologize.
I think there are more opportunities to accept emergent narrative results in TTRPGs. So in Baldur's Gate, you can only do what the code executes or what you modify the code to execute. And actually, like, watching game masters play the Baldur's Gate game on stream is really interesting sometimes, because it's like, why can't I do this? Why even give me this option if you're not going to let me then do anything with it? Like, you know, and that can be a really frustrating experience if you expect it to be like a simulation of a GM.
Right.
But even in my playthrough of Rangers of Shadow Deep that I did on MapCrow a couple of years ago, there's a really interesting moment where a character got a sword, and it meant something to the story that I was telling, and that right. I could interpret that, and it was just a random loot drop spawn. It didn't really have that much weight to it, but I interpreted it to have this weight and to carry this meaning, and that there were the whispers of the ghost of the person who once held this sword, and then, you know, it was being used by somebody who wasn't actually proficient with that weapon, but it was meaningful to attempt to use it, right? And that's not something that I would usually be invited to consider in Baldur's Gate. Although there's nothing stopping you, but there really isn't the invitation as frequently. Like, the story of Baldur's Gate is really how you are navigating the choices that the developers have made for you, versus that sense of co-authorship of the story is much stronger and much more porous and intimate in a solo RPG.
Right. Okay, interesting. And even interesting, because even in a solo RPG, you have a ton of agency and a ton of ability to make choices. I also would just cheat, to be honest.
Well, that's another thing, right? You know, and that's one of the arguments about like accessibility in difficulty levels. It's just like, well, if I give Dark Souls an easy mode, then everybody's just going to use it, and they're not going to get my vision, you know. Right. And this is a whole that is not really what the people advocating for accessibility want out of games. Is an easy mode for every game, but that is how the argument is oftentimes, like, you know, turned into a straw man argument that nobody actually wants to make. Yes. But yeah, I think there is. Sorry, I caught wind of this conversation that's happening about if art is semantics given form. and now I just don't know what to think of that. It's like this whole, I'm trying to finish my sentence, but then this intrusive thought has made its way into from the live chat.
No, let's go there.
Art is, so what are semantics, I guess, is my next question, because you know, as Pierre Huey would say, the purpose of art is to increase what is. So what is the purpose of semantics? But yeah, please, John.
I have a joke. This is a joke from Steve Martin. Talking about painting is like dancing about architecture. So there's your Steve Martin joke. Like, it's possible to express yourself, but it's clearly out of the medium that is intended. So.
Right. And I think that's kind of the same thing. It's like there's a difference in medium. Like there's a difference in the affordances of executed code as a video game, as opposed to like the porous co-authorship nature of. But yeah, the idea just to exclude abhorrent events in a game. Like there's something there that, like, you know, save scumming aside, the video game is kind of there to make you stick with the situation you have found yourself in. There is a sort of concreteness to it that doesn't necessarily exist so well with. But you know, so I was playing. I almost told this story earlier on the stream, but perhaps I'll share it now because I feel it's it's wonderful to add this here, and this is sort of like we can get this in both TTRPGs and solo RPGs, but not in video games, which is kind of the case that you presented, right? Is why would anybody waste their time doing this activity when a video game does it more efficiently?
Yes.
And so I was running a game. I was running the Pathfinder First Edition starter box dungeon as a funnel for DCC characters with a college group, and I was making all kinds of alterations on the fly because, you know, it's like I wanted to make sure that it felt like a funnel. It felt weird, and so normally you just kind of kill this, like, you know, child dragon or something like that. It's an appropriately scaled challenge for the CR level and all that nonsense. And I decided I wanted to do very different things with that on the fly. Like I wanted to make a creepy monster that was going to creep everybody out. But even before that, somebody had grabbed a magical ruby from this pedestal, and they were about ready to go fight the final boss. And I had said this magical ruby has as yet undetermined magical powers. They didn't know. And it was just like some kind of really boring bonus to an attack roll or something like that. And I was like, I'm just going to say, I'm going to decide later what the magic is when they try to decide how to use it. And they said, and that player that had this magical ruby said, I swallow the magical ruby to decide what happens. Right. And that's exactly the kind of player you want in these kinds of games.
Yes.
Because they're like, I'm going to get the most out of this if I completely absorb all of the magic in my stomach. And I was just like, oh, what a gift. And then even better, John, they roll, I say, make a constitution save or a fortitude save, right? And they rolled a 1.
Yes.
And, you know, and so I'm steering into the fumble roll, and I said, and suddenly you see this person's skeleton light up from the inside, and this voice that sounds like it's both 1,000 miles away and creeping just from the edge of this person's esophagus shouts, after 10,000 years, I'm free, right?
Yes.
And it's like, it doesn't say that in the rules.
No.
According to Baldur's Gate, that ruby is always going to do the thing that ruby does.
Yes, but there's no way that ruby transforms into another artifact that does something else.
But in the moment, I can run with it. I mean,
you could randomly determine it in a game, right?
Yeah, you could. But you still have to pre-program all the random options, right?
Yeah, if you did a D100, right, or even a D20 chart of things that could happen, first of all, the game's probably not going to let you swallow the ruby. Second of all, if it did, it'd have to make a D20 table for all the possible things, and you did none of those things. All you did is, all you were doing with that D20 roll is say, hey, what's the you know, how should we interpret the results of that action, right?
That's just right off the dome. You were just
thinking, if it's a 20, they become a god, and if it's a 1, they become a demon, right?
Right, right, exactly. Like, yeah, it's just like it's they and their character had picked up some overpowered armor that I had similarly made up earlier on. So they had this like insanely powerful armor, and I was like, oh no, they're going to trivialize the final boss. And so when they did this, I was just like, yes, now I have the overpowered armor, and it was wonderful. But like, you know, it was this player was looking at me, and this is probably, you know, this isn't a solo RPG, but it makes an interesting distinguishment, right? Like you can kind of look in to this, I could look into this player's eyes, and they said, "Oh, do I choke on it?" And I was just like, if you rolled a 4, sure, you'd choke on it. If you rolled a 2, maybe you'd choke on it. But with a 1, no, we gotta go extra on a 1, right? And I could just really play up the theatricality of it. And similarly, when you're rolling for random events from an oracle on a TTRPG, like, you know what you want to have happen. When it says I was playing through my playthrough of a 1,000-Year Vampire, and when it said that, someone from your past resurfaces, I knew exactly who it had to be to make that a powerful story, right? Like, it's like there is this directorial nature to it that can be really exciting, and something that only the most ambitious video games can even hope to gesture at.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, and I think that so what have we decided though? Because so I think what you're saying is, even in a solo RPG, you still have agency for those kinds of things to happen. Whereas in a computer RPG, that just doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, there's really not the option for it in a computer RPG. So the question then becomes, okay, so we kind of explained the big difference of why, if you're interested in tactics, there's better ways to get at it. But it's just like, now we've kind of gotten into this like porous authorship of the solo TTRPG player. But now the question is, what does the solo RPG offer someone who has friends and could play this game with people, right? That is now how this has happened, and I think that is definitely something worth considering. But also, let's not forget the circumstances which caused this new wave of solo RPGs to emerge. Now, Ironsworn predates a lot of this stuff, and so does Rangers of Shadow Deep. But they found their audience under what circumstances?
Exactly.
The deadly global pandemic.
Yeah, 100%. And I think there's another aspect too, like my favorite joke about the Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. Would it be a success or not? Everybody said they were going to come, but only but everybody canceled at the last minute.
No,
right. Like like scheduling is the real role-playing challenge in tabletop RPGs. And if I can throw another sort of that's not the same thing, but another thing in the category here, there's also a lot of new one-on-one RPGs, right? So you and I played Cthulhu Confidential, which is one-on-one in the which is a 2-person game on the podcast. There's a version of that for Knights Black Agents. There's a version of that in the original One Ring rules. They have something called Strider Mode, which I haven't played, but I think it is 1-to-1. I don't think it's solo. So I also just think that like getting a lot of people together is hard, and if you really want to have a fantasy adventure, or you really want to immerse yourself in a world, but you don't feel like reading a book because you want to have some agency, then a solo RPG or a 1-to-1 RPG can solve a lot of those problems. So that's the other thing that's occurring to me.
Yeah. I think it does kind of offer a practical solution, but it's like it is. It offers a chance to find out, sort of like see yourself from a different perspective and get to know your creativity in a different way, and kind of put the things in the game that you want to see happen and challenge yourself in exactly the right way. But I will say this, for as many of these solo RPGs that I have enjoyed, and for as many of these solo RPGs that I respect and suggest other people play, especially game designers, I would almost always rather be prepping for a game with other people than playing a solo RPG.
No, that's fair. And I think, that's interesting, because I remember the sort of version of this when I was a kid was just reading the books, right? Like if you couldn't find people to play D&D with you, you would just read Keep on the Borderlands, right? and you would just read the module over and over and be like, oh wait, what does that bugbear have? Wait, what's happening? And so that is I think a version of reading game books and particularly adventures, right? Because you're sort of in your mind, you're going, oh, I wonder how that would go. There's like imagination going on as you're reading the game book. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think there's a part of this that you kind of have to, even to GM a game, you have to swords without master. Yes.
Yes.
You have to kind of inhabit the world in order to populate it, which is oddly resonant with our discussion of the Hieronymus Bosch's Garden of Earthly Delights from earlier before we were recording the podcast, right? So I
have a question.
Oh yeah,
well,
yeah.
That Swords Without Master comments from Kenny, and I actually kind of want to drag Kenny into this briefly. He said, "What's your favorite RPG right now?" And he says, "Weirdly, Swords Without Master," which I never would have called for myself. Like, I love that game, so I'm curious why. First of all, there's another question: where do Choose Your Own Adventure books fall? Which I think is great.
Yeah.
But secondly, so let's start with Swords Without Master. I'm curious why that isn't a good game for Kenny, and maybe Kyle.
I actually do know because we were talking about this and we played. We talked about this. This is a similar kind of conversation. So there's like storytelling games, like on Roll for Topic several years ago. At this point, they played sports is just numerology for nerds or something. And then there's we just recently played. Excuse me, did you say Street Magic? Or like kind of these world creation games. Quiet Year, very famously, Microscope, all these games. Kenny would say, like, I like these, but I think I would rather use this to generate a game to play. I don't feel like this game has enough game in it. I like gamey games with numbers and games in it. And that almost quoting him for verbatim there. And I kind of agree. I think that's a similar thing that you could say about solo RPGs. That because there's nothing. Let me finish my thought here real quick.
Yeah.
If I want to be creative and create a story, I can do that without a game, and in fact have, right? So that's why Kenny is saying, like, Swords Without Master, Swords plural without Master singular, is surprisingly really scratching an itch, because it is more about like this co-authorship thing. It's not really a very like game design heavy game. Even though it's, of course, a game and it's course designed. Okay. So that's the answer to that question. Sorry.
I'm glad I let you finish that thought, because it seems like, so let me say that back to you. It seems like on the surface, Swords Without Masters is more like a sort of game building, world building type of game, but it's actually, you do some of that, but that's just to play the game,
right. The game is to find out what happens next, and to kind of like, you have this system of bouncing off of each other, and this structure that can cause all these other things, and you're not having to be confronted with this sort of like drudgery of bookkeeping that kind of pervades a lot of these things. But I won't speak for Kenny as to why it continues to be such a rewarding experience. But yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. We also have a bunch of Mouse Ritter fans in the
Mouse Ritter is so chat. Good.
Yeah.
The thing is,
you ran it, didn't you?
I did run it, and I pardon me if I've said this before, but one of my favorite things about being a GM is getting to speak for animals. And Mouse Ritter, that's all it is. I get to decide what this rooster's whole deal is, and how many times they're going to "Bacaw" in the middle of a sentence and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, it's such a wonderful chance to be an overly performative weirdo as a GM. And also like the stakes are like other OSR games, it's like, what is the fantasy of playing a weak little, slimy weirdo that never gains levels? But if you're a mouse, you're already bought into that fantasy. So you're kind of already on board to the idea that you're going to be one of the weakest things in the world, which is which is really, really rad.
I like that. And Kenny also comments that the game in Swords Without Master is trying to find your cool moment. And I will say, Uh, he just said that, and I think that is almost all the RPGs I play, and that's why I like Swords Without Master so much.
Yeah.
When I think about it,
right? Because there's I mean, and that is the thing that pervades a lot of D20 games, especially, right? Is you do not get to decide when that cool moment happens, and that's partly what makes it so exciting when they do happen.
Yes,
right?
And I think
that
that
nat one on the fortitude save with swallowing the gem that emerges from coming to grips with that, with the swinginess of the D20. So there's lots of other exciting things that happen, but you don't actually get to choose when those cool moments happen. The dice choose.
Hey, you know what, Kyle? I hate to do this because I've never done this on the podcast before, but do you mind if I make a huge sweeping statement about tabletop RPGs without thinking it through at all?
I'll allow it once. This is your one for the year. I hope this is good.
I think this is why I prefer games like Powered by the Apocalypse or Swords Without Master or something like that, is that for a satisfying story to happen, your cool moment has to happen at the right time in the story. And if you have a game that doesn't, where your cool moment is gonna leave you, like, here's the great thing about like games with total random generation or total random outcomes, right? Like a D20 game is when it all comes together, and I think this is what an OSR fan would argue, when it all comes together and at the right moment in the story you roll a 20, it's magic, right? But when you get to choose when your cool moment happens, I think that they think that that's less magical because it didn't happen organically, right?
No.
Whereas I prefer a game where you have some sort. It doesn't have to be Swords Without Master. It could be the James Bond RPG where you have hero points where you just get to save them, or Cypher where you get to save up these XPs and play them at the right moment to make the thing you want to happen. But some people think that's less organic. So I think that's why I've gravitated towards these quote unquote newer, more narrative style of games as I've gotten older, because I've seen that magic not happen enough.
Yeah, I think so. And it's like, it's not only is it oftentimes out of the hands of the players to choose their cool moments, it is also out of the hands of the DM choose those cool moments as well, right? Like I think that's the problem. It's like you don't have as many levers and knobs on that rising and falling action. And in fact, there are many games that have mechanics that supersede those cool moments. It's like, is it a cool moment when you do the thing that it says your character can do on your character sheet and you get exactly what you want?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Well, I mean,
it's like I think it's a cool idea when you're kind of forced up against the wall and then you come up with a cockamamie scheme and then you try it and it works. Like that's kind of, but it's just like I am entitled as a level 15 whatever to get this cool superstar beam, and now I'm using it and to take off a predictable amount of hit points from the challenge in front of me. Like it's like it's the worst of all worlds is what that game design is. I'm really letting everybody know what a horrible story gamer I am right now. We were talking way early at the beginning of the chat. It's like, what games other than D&D you like? It's like, I think you overestimate how much I enjoy D&D.
But you would play. Let me ask you. You would play like an OSR game, right? Where the GM had agency to make rulings and make those cool moments happen.
Yeah. And I'll also say there's nothing really stopping that from happening in 5e even or Pathfinder other than play culture, right?
Correct.
And that's kind of always the uphill battle. It's not really the mechanics of 5e, but the play culture around it. Which
it's interesting because I watched an episode of Professor Dungeon Master yesterday, and he because he had played through with his party my favorite basic adventure from the early D&D days, which is B4 the Lost City, which is just a bonkers adventure I absolutely love.
I've been meaning to watch that video. I'm behind.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things he does is he basically says, look, the location of the big bad here kind of stinks, so I'm gonna move it. he's like I'm gonna move it so I can create that he's describing the adventure, and he said the big bad lives at the bottom of the pyramid in a 40 by 40 room with one entrance and one exit. That's lame. I'm going to have something much more exciting so I could potentially create another more exciting moment for my players. So I think good dungeon masters, regardless of the system they're playing, are looking for opportunities to make those cool moments a reality. So yeah. Somebody just said in the chat, I think successful cool momenting is a combo of the GM being in a bind and the player being in a bind. I think that's great.
Yeah.
So
yeah, right. And it's like I said, those moments can absolutely and do frequently emerge. I just tend to want more of a hand on the rudder than the expectation is in a lot of games in the play culture. So yeah, and that's one of the reasons I really the first thing I look for when I am choosing a game is do I, the DM, have to roll a lot of dice? And if the answer is no, then I'm already good.
You're halfway there.
Good, because yes. I don't want to have to decide. Like, I want to say what the exciting thing is. I don't want to be looking and bookkeeping and rolling. And it's like it's bad enough that you get to lose a turn the die if you're a player. But for the GM, I mean, come on.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey man, this is awesome. Your fans are awesome. I love streaming online with you. We should do this more often.
I agree. Yeah, I really think I'm going to look into getting fiber or something, because this is a lot of fun.
This is pretty nice.
I want to. I'm looking for. So I do have the Solo Game Master's Guide by Geek Gamers, who is a wonderful YouTuber who kind of just talks about this exact subject. And this was a book that was published by Modifius, and I'm trying to look for a good zinger to sign off with here.
Well, I have an and remember. How about you do the zinger, but I'll do an and remember first.
I'll tell you what. Let me just read from this.
Okay.
And then we'll use your and remember. I like that. So
okay.
So this is. I'm just going to read two quick paragraphs from Geek Gamer's book right here. I think this is if you're interested in this, go check out the YouTube channel, and then if you really want to know the nuts and bolts of how to do it, it's a really, really cool book, and it has lots of wonderful illustrations in it. So this is from a section early on called "The Rise of Solo RPGing." Although it seems that solo RPGing has taken off recently, acknowledgement of solo play came right from the beginning and right from the source. Gary Gygax created rules for solo dungeon adventures in 1975, and in 1979 was still continuing to talk about them to the game about the game in the context of solo play. Back then, the thought was that people would play solo if they couldn't find a proper group, or if the GM, or as GM prep, and so it probably was. Yet solo rules continued to appear in various forms throughout early editions of the original role-playing game, but these were more or less meant to simulate the GM and thus directed at players only. So yeah, it's like there's a really interesting, rich history of this from the very beginning of the hobby, and yeah, I think there's a lot of really wonderful stuff that Geek Gamers explains on their channel and in this book. So yeah,
awesome. All right, man. Well, and remember to back Monstrous today at bit.ly/monstrouskick. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Well, now see when this comes out next Thursday, this will be over.
Yeah, but I'll that's okay. I can edit it. I just wanted to say that. We'll use your and remember.
Oh well, for real. let me get another and remember.
Okay.
Let me get another one.
You know what? Now I have 10 more thoughts about solo RPGs, because there was a way to play by yourself in the back of the Dungeon Master's Guide, but the thing you lack there, right, is the ability for monsters to do anything but be killed, because the reaction table, like maybe they're friendly, but then how do you play that NPC interaction?
Yeah,
I don't know. That's a whole other thing. But next episode,
Excellent. And thank you for the super chat, Tartar Digger. I've been reading your contributions to chat the whole time, and I really appreciate the nature of that conversation. But I think that just about wraps it up for today. And remember, your prisoner returns to you, but only on their terms. What is this strange new relationship? And that is a prompt from 1,000-Year-Old Vampire from Tim Hitchens. So
that's awesome. Hey, by the way, which reminds me of the film Renfield. And I'm sorry, why do you think your name, Kyle, is so easy to turn into a fictional punching bag?
It starts with the stressed syllable.
Okay, is that right? Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's the same thing with Bob, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, Bob, like it just, I don't think so, Bob. Right. It's just right there.
I'm not encouraging this behavior, but if you haven't seen the new film, Renfield,
don't tell anyone.
Yeah. There's a character in there named Kyle that everybody tells to shut up all the time, just like in South Park. And I just feel that's unfair, but what are you going to do?
I have moderators and they know what to do if people start telling me to shut up and chat.
Yeah, they won't do that. They won't do that.
Certainly not my viewers. No.
All right. Hey, this is awesome. I'm going to stop the recording.
There it is. It's all uploaded. We're all good. This was a lot of fun.
All right, man.
Yeah, like I said, let's figure out how to do the live stream again.
I do this again. Your chat is awesome, and there's a lot of fun people here, so I'm here for it.
Excellent, fantastic, wonderful, great, grand. Let's thank you so much for joining us, John, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, talk to you later, man. Bye.
Bye. And that was John Corey, the man I enjoy half arguing with whenever possible. we do it twice a month. Hello, Emily. It is wonderful to meet you. So I just wrapped up recording for Splatbook. You can check us out there at thesplatbook.com. And there's actually quite a few episodes that are up, so you have plenty to catch up on. If you enjoyed that conversation, there's plenty more of it. I do actually need to take a restroom break. So I'm not going to shut down the stream or anything. I'm just going to put up the BRB screen, and I will indeed BRB. Oh, well, I think we could get some tunes going in the meantime, though. Surely we can get some tunes going. I don't want to leave you just listening to complete silence. That's rude. Well, I might have to adjust the volume a little bit when I get back, but this'll get us. This'll be okay. This'll be okay. Okay, and we are back. So yeah, it's that was a lot of fun to record that with John. He is a dear friend of mine, and we have that kind of fun on the reg. Not to brag, it's just a fact. So let's see here. What can we? What is there to catch up on? Do we have? Looks like we are up to 96% on our goal for Monstrous, so that is really exciting to see. Man, oh man, can you imagine? We have about 3 hours left of this stream, and I'm wondering if we can't get the rest of the way there. That would be just too good, I think. But we're gonna give it a good old shot. So yeah, what do we feel like doing? Do we want to do we want to go back to looking at art? And let me know if the music is too loud. I'm all too happy to turn it down. Thank you so much, White Argus. That's wonderful. It's wonderful to hear. Oh, Kenny wants to read Fortress Unvanquishable save for Saknoth. So I think, hold on one second. I think I have my illustrations for Fortress Unvanquishable save for Saknoth, so we can do both. We can show off art and read from the book. Oh, good. And I see Twice Dead Mage is keeping the chat lively with lots of fun questions too, which is great. So yeah, I will be back in 2 shakes of a jiff. Well, that wasn't worth it. Bad news. I left that particular notebook at school, so I do not have access to those images. I'm going to check real quick. If I have any of my images here on Google Drive, because it might be worth seeing if I have it. I surely would have saved this somewhere. unvanquishable, save for Saknoth. Appears not. So it goes. Apparently am losing all track of art from a few years ago and need to do a better job of archival work. Nonetheless, we can read through this lovely text ourselves and kind of pick our way through it. We won't read the whole thing, but Fortress Unvanquishable, save for Saknoth, and so let's keep in mind as we read this, and we actually did a wonderful, really fun Splatbook episode about Fortress Unvanquishable, but I didn't actually mention all of the rampant Orientalism that is in this short story that was written in like 19 diggity 12 or whatever. So if you know from whence this comes, you will not be at all surprised to find out that it has it's nothing. I'm the last person who would get to say something like this, but it just kind of speaks about like the invaders from space ride camels, and so there's sort of like an assumption of people from a certain world being unwelcome invaders and all that kind of stuff. So heads up on that, and I don't think we're going to dwell on that too much. But let's skip around and kind of read some of my favorite passages from this story. And I'm just going to double check about this. I'm going to double check if the music is okay. I'm reading through here. I asked this already. No one was saying anything about the music, so I'm assuming that it's fine. I might just turn it down a little bit more. Okay. Maybe this is too quiet, maybe not. So, this is from a book of short stories called The Sword of Wellerin and Other Stories. Good. Thank you for the notes on the music level. This is the only way I can get Amber to read the story. Yes. Okay, so. In a wood older than record, a foster brother of the hills, stood the village of Alathurion. And there was peace between the people of the village and all the folk who walked in the dark ways of the woods, whether they were human or of the tribes of beasts and the race of fairies and elves and the little sacred spirits of trees and streams. Moreover, the village people had peace among themselves and between them and their lord, Lorendiak. The front of the village was a wide and grassy space, and beyond this was a great wood again, but at the back of the trees came right up. The trees came right up to the houses, which, with their great beams and wooden frameworks and thatched roofs, green with moss, seemed almost to be part of the forest. So we can really kind of, from just this first paragraph, you can probably guess who was supremely influenced by this writing. Bye, Ellie. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah, you could probably tell that this that Tolkien was an enormous fan in his early reading life of the work of Lord Dunsany, who published under another name at that point. It was not known that he was like Irish nobility. But yeah, it was this idea of kind of this wonderful coexistence with all these different, fantasy creatures and this like homeostasis, and everybody's homes is built. We have this bucolic thing where people's houses were built into the backs of these trees, so it looked like they were part of the forest and all this kind of stuff. Really reminds me of Hobbiton, right? And a lot of there's these turns of phrase, like this is somewhat more archaic than Tolkien would write in The Hobbit. We kind of see it more pronounced in his early writings that would be collected into the Silmarillion, and in unfinished stories. You really see a lot of Lord Dunsany influence there, and even H.P. Lovecraft, who was another fan of Dunsany, would also remark that his best writing was a bad impression of Lord Dunsany. I believe that's a quotation. I might be paraphrasing, but. But yeah, we can kind of get this wonderful moment here. So let's continue. And this is also in the public domain, so I can read as much of this as I want to. Yeah, I'll just pick up with the next. Let's set up the trouble before we skip ahead too much. Now, in the time I fell off, there was trouble in Authorship. For an evil fell, for an evening fell dreams were wont to come slipping through the tree trunks and into the peaceful village. And they assumed dominion over the men's minds and led them into watches of the night through the cindery plains of hell. Then the magician of that village made spells against those fell dreams. Yet still the dreams came flitting through the trees as soon as the dark had fallen, and led men's minds into the night, into terrible places, and caused them to praise Satan openly with their lips. And we get this real sense of that this is sort of like Arthurian in nature, that we have kind of like this assumed starting point of like the Christian version of Satan as this guy who lives in hell and tempts people and sends curses and demons upon them and all this stuff, right? And men grew afraid of sleep in Authorship, and they grew worn and pale, and some through want of rest, and others from fearing the things they saw on the cindery plains of hell. Then the magician of the village went up into the tower of his house, and and all night long those whom fear kept awake could see his window high upon the night, glowing softly alone. The next day, when the twilight was far gone and the night was gathering fast, the magician went away to the forest's edge and uttered there the spell that he made. And the spell was a compulsive, terrible thing, having a power over the evil dreams and over spirits of ill. For it was a verse of 40 lines in many languages, both living and dead, and had a word wherewith the people of the plains are wont to curse their camels, and the shout wherewith the whalers of the north lure the whales shoreward to be killed, and a word that causes elephants to trumpet. And every one of the 40 lines closed with a rhyme for wasp. It's so good. It's so wonderful, right? Like we do see like this entrance of like, kind of like a dash of, Arabian Nights for flavor, which is perhaps somewhat regrettable. But we get it's like we get this whole paragraph that says a wizard cast a spell and it doesn't work. Right? But it's just like just the joy, the revelry of language. It's difficult to speak. Not only do I have a reading disability, but also it's just like it's not the way that I grew up speaking, right? Yeah. Kenny's asking, is there a way to bring this magic in? So the verse of 40 lines. I think honestly, the answer is block text. I think the quest for the verse of 40 lines is a great way to bring into it, and then talking about, you have to, it's about pronunciation, it's clearly got like a phonoaesthetic bent to it. So not just any, you have to bring it to a wizard who knows all the languages, living and dead, and all of this kind of stuff. So I think that's how I would handle it. I would kind of treat it like a quest item. But as far as like, is this a balanced spell that's going to appropriately show up at the right level of druidic spell casting? I doubt that would work out very well. Yeah. Right. Yeah, this is a White Argus brings up a really excellent point. I shudder at the thought of a player describing a spell in this manner and then failing. Although, right, yeah, it's just like it does fail in this story. It doesn't work. And we'll move on perhaps in a second to the next paragraph. But yeah, I think it's kind of difficult to integrate into your trad F20 fantasy D20 games. Ricardo Mazio is, and pardon me for mispronouncing your name, asks, what is my take on digital art? Do I like it? I find that while I enjoy creating work physically, it all turns digital. If you're going to print it out, it's going to be turned into digital no matter what. And in fact, almost, this right here, this is digital art. So I'm certainly not against digital art making. I find joy in manipulation of smudging graphite and using traditional media to do what digital artists must simulate. And I also enjoy the thrill of having no undo button. But yeah, I got nothing. I don't think it's a binary choice. It's just, where do you find joy and where do you find curious making? A line of 40 or a spell of 40 lines is a language should be almost a campaign size spell. Yeah. Oh, I agree. And in fact, that is kind of what is being presumed here. Like this is a big deal. We're skipping over this whole campaign of failure right here. So let's move on. And still the dreams came flitting through the forest and led men's soul on the plains of hell. Then the magician knew that the dreams were from Gaznak. Therefore he gathered the people of the village and told them that he had uttered his mightiest spell. A spell having the power over all that were human and of the tribes of beasts, and that since it had not availed them, the dreams must come from Gaznak, the greatest magician among the spaces of the stars. And he read to the people of the Book of Magicians, which tells of the coming of the comet and foretells his coming again. And he told them how Gaznak rides upon the comet, and how he visits Earth once every 230 years, and that he makes for himself a vast, invincible fortress, and sends out dreams to feed on the minds of men, and may never be vanquished, but by the sword, Saknoth. And a cold fear fell upon the hearts of the villagers when they found out that their magician had failed them. Then spake Leothric, the son of Lord Lorendek, and 20 years old was he. Good master, what of the sword Saknoth? And the village magician answered, fair lord, no such sword has yet wrought. For it lies yet in the hide of Theragavarug, protecting his spine. Then Leothric said, who is Theragavarug, and where may he be encountered? And the magician of Alathorion answered, he is the dragon crocodile who haunts the northern marshes and ravages the homesteads of their marge. And the hide of his back is of steel, and his underparts are of iron. But among the midst of his back, over his spine, there lies a narrow strip of unearthly steel. And this strip of steel is Saknoth, and it may be neither cleft nor smoten. And there is nothing in the world that may avail yet to break it, nor even leave a scratch upon its surface. It is of the length of a good sword, and the breadth thereof. Shouldst thou prevail against Theragavarug, his hide may be melted away from Saknoth in a furnace. But there is only one thing that may sharpen Saknoth's edge. This is one of Theragavarug's own steel eyes, and the other eye thou must fasten to Saknoth's hilt, where it will watch for thee. But it is hard task to vanquish Theragavarug, for no sword can pierce his hide, his back cannot be broken, and he can neither burn nor drown. In one way only can Theragavarug die, and that is by starving. Then sorrow fell upon Leothric, but the magician spoke on. If a man drive Theragavarug away from his food with a stick for 3 days, he will starve on the 3rd day at sunset. And though he is not vulnerable, yet one spot may he take hurt, for his nose is only of lead. A sword would merely lay bare the uncleavable bronze beneath, but if his nose is smitten constantly with a stick, he will recoil from the pain, and thus Theragavarug to the left and right might be driven from his food. And then Leothric said, what is Theragavarug's food? And the magician of Alathorion said, his food is men. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. Right? So yeah, this is yes, for those who are curious to read along, Lord Dunsany's work is available for free on Project Gutenberg. That's how I first found out about his work. I was just like, Project Gutenberg was just becoming kind of known to me in the early days of my late teens and early 20s. And I was just like, what's all this free stuff? Where are people getting these ideas? And then you just go and search out. And I was really into Edgar Rice Burroughs. It's a similarly problematic author. But yeah, like, it's just like we get to see where these ideas that have been reinterpreted get put onto the paper first, and I think that's really exciting, if somewhat revealing. Axum Delver, I think that is a distinct possibility. I would love to do an audiobook version of Monstrous, though I don't think we're going to make that a deliverable, just because we have to ship everybody's rewards, and I think that might actually take a lot of work. Because I'm sure as you've noticed, not only do I have trouble reading words, but also like I do have a stutter. Something I've dealt with for a long time, and it just takes a while to. This is one of the reasons I haven't wanted to live stream in a long time, is when I'm recording YouTube videos. I can edit out those stutters, and I can get a nice clean take and sound as eloquent as I feel up here. So I think it would be a lot of work to do, but I would love to do it, especially because, you know, the writing that Kenny is doing is delicious on the tongue, very rewarding to say. So I would love to do that. Yeah. The image of someone chasing a dragon with a stick made me chuckle. I mean, there is a big aspect of this, right? Like, this is very similar in tone to The Hobbit, I think. That this is a story, the story is for children, right? This is a book of fairy tales. And this fairy tale even has fairies in it. But it is inviting the listener or the reader to kind of take on that level. And it is supposed to, like, there's this kind of dire situation, but you very rarely feel actually in danger when you're very rarely kind of led to really like go like, how's Leothric gonna get out of this one? It's unlikely to happen. You're kind of safe in the role of listener for most of the story through this presentation. So I don't think it's I like to put on the airs in my narration, but I think this is sort of if you can kind of imagine like how this would sound with an Irish accent, which I won't attempt for you here. I think you'll kind of get more of the spirit of whimsy that is involved here than a lot of fantasy writing ends up with. So Tartar Digger says, even if you know through the context the beast's food, the weight of the writing makes it reveal very powerful. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I think it's actually even foreshadowed. Like, you know Theragoverug's up to no, but you get this kind of like, Leothric is this like, and what is Theragoverug's food? His food is men. It's just like, you're listen, you have to know what you're getting into here. But your choices are never go to sleep again, walk the cindery plains of hell, or melt down the steel dragon Theragoverug and achieve the sword of Saknoth, right? Like, this is pretty good stuff. This is some pretty good stuff. Yeah, just whack the dragon with a stick. Simple as that. Yeah. So it's like that tone shift that kind of happens from like whimsical to overly serious and like overly verbose. I think it's all about the performance, right? It is meant to be heard. I think I have a strong suspicion that if you think about children's books from the early 1900s, I think the assumption was that these stories would be read to children. This wouldn't necessarily be something that children would be reading. So I think that that's one of the reasons why that language is being played with. That it's supposed to be read aloud. That is. Oh yes, White Argus. This reminds me a bit of the Council of Elrond. Yes, one does not simply walk. Yes, like I think that is very much the tone of this. It's just like I will take it though I know not the way. Right? Like there's the Dunsanian elements of Tolkien. I think it's not that it's plagiarism, but it's like I think you can see his heart for this early literature very clearly once you start reading it. Oh yes, Axum Delver. For some reason, it reminds me of a giant monster's description in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, and I think there's sort of like a random nature to it because you hear crocodile dragon and you're like, okay, I'm getting a, and then you find out that it's made out of all these different metals. It's like, is this some kind of robot? Like, what's going on here? But all of this is really consistent through all of his writing. They are kind of these mechanical creatures. They are these creatures made of metal. And in fact, so were Tolkien's dragons before The Hobbit. For a long time in like early writings, the dragons were machines essentially of Mordor, or Angband, as the case may be. Yeah. Thinking about a book is meant to be heard is a good exercise when writing. I think so, and not all books need to be. Similar to digital versus traditional art, right? It's like, but what? How do you imagine? Like, what is? If you want your book to be read out loud, you should make it fun to read aloud. You should. There should be some acrobatics of the embouchure to get through it, I think. Okay, well, I'm really liking that the conversation that we're having and digging on this. So let's get to. I keep wanting to skip things, but then I decide not to. But Leothric went straightway thence, and cut a great staff from a hazel tree, and slept there early that evening. But the next morning, awakened from troubled dreams, he arose before the dawn, and taking with him his provisions for 5 days, set out through the forest northwards towards the marshes. For some hours he moved through the gloom of the forest, and when he emerged from the sun was above the horizon, shining in the pools of the water in the wasteland. Presently he saw claw marks of Theragavarug deep in the soil, and the track of his tail between him was like a furrow in a field. Then Leothric followed the tracks until he heard the bronze bell of Theragavarug before him, or the bronze heart of Theragavarug before him, booming like a bell. And Theragavarug, it being the hour when he took his first meal of the day, was moving towards the village, with his heart tolling. And all the people of the village were come out to meet him, as was their wont to do, for they abode not the suspense of awaiting Theragavarug, and hearing him sniffing brazenly as he went from door to door, pondering slowly in his metal mind what habitat he would choose. And none dared flee, for in the days when villagers fled from Theragavarug, he, having chosen his victim, would track them tirelessly, like a doom. Nothing availed them against Theragavarug. And once they climbed a tree when he came, but Theragavarug went up to one, arching his back and leaning over slightly, and rasped against the tree trunk until it fell. And when Leothric came near, Theragavarug saw him out one of his small steel eyes, and came towards him leisurely. And the echoes of his heart swirled through his open mouth. And Leothric stepped sideways from his onset, and came between him and the village, and smote him on the nose. And the blow of the stick made a dint in the soft lead. And Theragavarug swung clumsily away, uttering one fearful cry like a sound of a great church bell that had become possessed of a soul that fluttered upwards from the tomb of night, an evil soul giving the bell a voice. Then he attacked Leothric, snarling, and again Leothric leapt aside and smote him on the nose with his stick. Theragavarug uttered like a bell howling. And whenever the dragon crocodile attacked or turned towards the village, Leothric smote him again. So all day long, Leothric drove the monster with a stick, and he drove him further and further from his prey, with his heart tolling angrily and his voice crying out in pain. Oh, what fun! What fun is this? Let's catch up on chat here. Ricardo is asking me, have I ever thought about playing a solo RPG on YouTube or in a podcast? You've got a nice voice and I would listen to you for hours, but I bet I'm not the only one. Actually, good news, I have already. I played Rangers of Waterdeep as an actual play. And I actually played it using my own illustrations on a virtual tabletop Forge, and I narrated the whole thing. So if you enjoy that kind of thing, and if you enjoy kind of how I'm narrating this, that is very much the tone of those. I would like to do more of that, but I think there's slightly less of an audience, and I like to maximize the impact of how what subjects I choose to make my videos on. It's kind of like another game I get to play, is like, how can I kind of help the most people? How can I make relevant content? But yeah, I would love to do more of this kind of thing. I really do enjoy it. And that's very kind words about my voice. I do appreciate that. For the longest time, I always thought I had kind of a scratchy voice, and it was a long time developing, and it still cracks like a teenager every once in a while, even when I'm teaching. So I never really realized that I had a nice voice until people say nice things to me on the internet about it when I started doing YouTube videos. So that was news to me. Kenny says, when I first read about Theragatharug, my mind went to the rhino from James and the Giant Peach. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a really good one. It is this like this big kind of unassailable thing, but as we can see, Theragatharug's kind of a wimp. He can dish it out, but Theragatharug cannot take it. I only did 2 episodes of Rangers of Shadow Deep Tronhammer. I meant to do more, but it was kind of becoming clear that it was fairly more niche than I was expecting it to be. But there's a version there is a version of my career that would have had those kind of taken off more. I would have happily done that for quite a while. Guns are cool. I'd love to see more of them in fantasy. I think the reason they're not used much is because of what a monkey wrench they throw into combat. I think Matt Colville talks about this every once in a while. I think he actually did a video about it once. I think people's fantasy of what kinds of guns are cool doesn't really mesh well with the metaphor of mechanics for a lot of games. Guns work really well in a Forged in the Dark game. Like, there are guns in Blades in the Dark, but mechanically speaking, it's not terribly different than a knife. They do what they do in the fiction, and you figure out what the position and effect is, but you're not really like tracking D12 damage. But I think there's very little. The weird thing about this, I think it's just because we're so more familiar with guns than we are with arrows, as just a matter of course. But essentially, like if I take an arrow to the neck, it's essentially the same thing as taking a bullet to the neck, right? It's like the idea of an arrow doing D6 damage is pretty ridiculous. If I get hit by an arrow, and it doesn't glance off of me, whatever. It's arrows are also quite swords also, but for some reason I think it's just because we're so much more familiar with the damage that guns do that I don't think they marry well. Both with the fantasy is kind of like ill-matched, but also I think the reality and our perception around them is ill-matched. But I like putting in flintlock guns into my games, like when I was running Into the Odd for a bit. I think they're more fun to give to NPCs than they are to give player characters sometimes, because there's this idea of they don't actually have to scale up. If I have a D12 rifle, that means that I'm gonna need to have like a 2d10 rifle plus fire damage or something like that. You know, it's just like, well, that I think that's more of a problem of kind of the scale of action of how weapons need to kind of increase with damage along with the characters. That kind of like really throws into question like the plausibility of these things in the fiction. Oh, hey, it's Patrick Letter. Hey, thank you so much for joining. It's wonderful to see you here. We're doing a little promotional live stream to finish up the Kickstarter, which ends on the 5th in the morning. So yeah, I thought it would be fun to kind of like try out live streaming, see how it worked. I've rearranged my desk to be next to the router, and it hasn't failed in a while. But this is as you might guess, this is the 5th stream we've done today. So knock on wood. But yeah, we're having a blast, and we've been reading through the early parts of the Sword of Wellerin and Other Tales, specifically a short story called the Fortress Unvanquishable, save for Saknoth. That's if I do say so myself. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. That's very cool of you. Bloodborne guns are kind of a metaphor for how silly weapons of mortals are against the otherworldly tastes. What's Kenny is saying. Yeah, I agree. Right, like it's sort of like you're never gonna get. It's more of a distraction. It's more of a parry mechanic or an interrupt mechanic than it is anything else. But yeah, I don't think that's how people like to think about guns. You know, I think that's why they don't kind of show up that way. Sam is saying, I usually try to justify the only D6 damage roll for an arrow if it wasn't fatal to just miss your vital organs. Yeah, again, still don't shoot me with arrows. Even if you promise to only shoot me in the calf, that doesn't feel like D6 damage. But yeah, I get it. It's like at a certain point the metaphor kind of gets away with us, which I think like it's sort of like Dragon Ball Z or superheroes. Like there's sort of like a scaling issue. It's like it kind of makes more sense if we kind of keep certain objects out of the equation. And when you start adding in things I am very familiar with in real life, then that kind of causes an interruption in the willing suspension of disbelief. Yeah. Fidget Elf Tree says, I somehow didn't know you did streams. I usually don't. This is the first time in a long time that I have. This is we're kind of like, yeah, we're trying to celebrate the end of this campaign for Monstrous, let more folks know about it and everything like that. But you also going to say here that I'm just about to jump into my 4th Fate session as a GM. Well, thank you for GMing. That is awesome. I've run plenty of Fate games in times past, and I think it's a really fun, flexible system, and I think it's very friendly towards GMs, which is very nice too. So I hope you have a lovely time. It says, usually on birthdays we play a board game, but I chose on my birthday to pull the whole family into the world building of Pamphlet of Pantheons. Heck yeah! Yeah, that's a wonderful resource that comes to us from James Holloway of Monster Man fame, and actually just had a really cool, another really cool, I think, was it Pamphlet of Peons? No, it was something kind of less cheeky than that. But there's another zine that he made just recently of Pantheons. Let me see here. Yes, it is the Guide to Grunts, inspiration for creating fantasy armies and soldiers. It's really, really cool. I haven't had a chance to use it myself, but when I do get a chance, I'm definitely going to make a video about it because James is one of the more thoughtful thinkers, but also thoughtful designers in the space, and really kind of thinking about what are the tools that don't exist that should. Sure. Well, yeah, phone keyboards are always a tough one. I totally understand, Patrick. Well, let's get back to our reading. So we're in the middle of our dragon fight. Towards evening, Theragavarug ceased to snap at Leothric, but ran before him to avoid the stick, for his nose was sore and shining. And in the gloaming, the villagers came out and danced. Oh, wait. Did I accidentally skip? No, I didn't. Yes. And in the gloaming, the villagers came out and danced in cymbal and psaltery. And when Theragavarug heard the cymbals and psaltery, hunger and anger came upon him, and he felt as if some lord might feel who was held by force from a banquet in his own castle, and he heard the creaking spit go round and round as the good meat crackling upon it. And all that night he attacked Leothric fiercely, ofttimes nearly caught him in the darkness, for his gleaming eyes of steel could see well as well by day as by night. And Leothric gave ground slowly till the dawn. And when the light came, they were near the village again, and yet not so near as they had been when they encountered. For Leothric drove Theragavarug further in the day than Theragavarug forced him back by night. Then Leothric drove him back again with his stick until the hour came where it was the custom of the dragon crocodile to find his man. One third of his man would he eat the time that he found them, and then rest at noon and evening. But then when the hour came for finding his man, a great fierceness came upon Theragavarug, and he grabbed rapidly at Leothric, but could not seize him. And for a long while, neither of them would retire. But at last, the pain of the stick in his leaden nose overcame the hunger of the dragon crocodile, and he turned from it howling. From that moment, Theragavarug weakened. And all day, Leothric drove him back with a stick. And at night, both held their ground. And when the dawn of the third day was come, the heart of Theragavarug was beating slower and fainter, and it was though a tired man was ringing a bell. And once Theragavarug nearly seized a frog, but Leothric snatched it away in time. Towards noon, the dragon crocodile lay still for a long while, and Leothric stood near him and leaned on him with a trusty stick. He was tired and sleepless, but had more leisure now from eating his provisions. With Theragavarug, the end was coming fast, and the afternoon his breath came hoarsely, rasping on his throat. And it was the sound of many huntsmen blowing blasts on a horn. And towards evening his breath came faster but fainter, like the sound of a hunt going furious into the distance and dying away. And he made desperate rushes towards the village, but Leothric still leapt after him, battering him on his leaden nose. scarce audible now, was all the sound of his heart. I'm getting choked up. No, I just oh, Kyle gives us $30 of a super chat. Thank you so much. That's really wonderful. I'm really enjoyed the narrations. Here's to monstrous success. Thank you so much. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Morphs is enjoying the story. That's wonderful to hear. This is great. Oh, Tom Salve also, hey, just wishing you the best for the Kickstarter. Monstrous is so awesome. And I have, and thank you so much for the 50 in this currency. I do not recognize. I apologize. It's awesome and fully what I have been missing from my games. That's wonderful. Thank you so much for that super chat, and thank you so much for the kind words. And yeah, if you want to know where Monstrous comes from, it comes from this story. It comes from the Fortress Unvanquishable, and going like, why couldn't I run this in 5th edition? What is standing in my way? Why is it when I read a 5th edition monster stat block, it doesn't make me think about something that could happen in this story? Norwegian crowns. Oh, wonderful. I have yet to make it to Norway. I've made it as far as Denmark, but I need to make it further still. I need to visit again soon. But yeah, we have super chats go. Yeah, they go straight to the Kickstarter, so we really appreciate it. That's really wonderful, and it's really quite encouraging to see the response to our first big collaboration as a group. Where was I? Oh yes. Oh, and that's it. I love how much Dunsany is focusing on this dragon, and you almost start to feel sorry for this man-eating dragon crocodile made out of metal, and it just like the things that he chooses to skip over and the things that he chooses to dwell on, and just like this constant like letting you know what this sounds like now. What does this sound like now? What does this sound like now? It's something, you know, we Matt Colville will talk about like an action-oriented monster as kind of having an act 1, 2, and 3 move to put into a combat, especially for like a big solo monster. But I think we might think about like, you know, what's the version of that for narrating the health of a dragon, you know? And I think this, especially with a metal dragon that has a great steel heart that tolls like a bell, and a breath that sounds like hunting horns. It's really quite evocative. It'll draw people right in, I'll bet. And then the sun set, and the flames, and the sun set and flamed in the village windows, and the chill went over the world. In a small garden, a woman sang. And Theragatharug lifted up his head and starved, and his life went from his invulnerable body, and Leothric laid down beside him and slept. And later, in the starlight, the villagers came out and carried Leothric sleeping to the village, all praising him in whispers as they went. And they laid him down on a couch in a house, and they danced outside in silence, without psaltery or without cymbal. And the next day, rejoicing, to Alethurion they hauled the dragon crocodile, and Leothric went with them, holding his battered staff, and a tall, broad man who was the smith of Alethurion made a great furnace and melted Theragatharug away until only Saknoth was left, gleaming among the ashes. Then he took one of his small eyes that had been chiseled out and filed the edge on Saknoth, and gradually the steel eye wore away facet by facet. But ere it was quite gone, had it sharpened redoubtedly Saknoth. But the other eye they set onto the butt of the hilt, and it gleamed there, bluely. That night, Leothric arose in the dark, and he took his sword and went westward to find Gaznak. And he went through the dark forest until the dawn, and all the morning till the afternoon. But in the afternoon he came into the open, and saw in the midst the land where no man goeth, the fortress of Gaznak, mountainous before him, was little more than a mile away. And Leothric saw the land was marsh and desolate, and the fortress went up, all white, out of it, with its many buttresses. It was broad below him, and narrower high up, and was full gleaming windows with light upon them. And near the top a few white clouds were floating, and above them where its pinnacles reappeared. Then Leothric advanced into the marshes, and the eye of Theragavarug looked out warily from the hilts of Saknoth, for Theragavarug had now known the marshes well, and the sword nudged Leothric to the right, or pulled him to the left, away from the dangerous places, and so brought him safely to the fortress walls. Oh, thank you so much, Ash Pearson. Best of luck for the Kickstarter. Can't wait to read Monstrous. If you are enjoying this reading of Fortress Unvanquishable, I think you will be excited to know how much Kenny freaked out when I had him read this. I think we were writing the Dragon Core text, and we were writing the text for the dragon, and I was like, okay, we can't just read The Hobbit. We need to read some other things. And I was like, here, this is going to tell you everything that I think about Monstrous as a project. And when Kenny read it, he was just like, holy cow, where's this book been all my life? And I think it's really getting a lot of the flavor text and the tone. And Kenny's use of words and love of words like vainglory, I think is a touch Dunsanian. Oh, Dovar with another super chat. Would you consider making a video describing the process of taking a book from idea to print? Best of luck with Monstrous. When we go to print, you better believe I will. I think we'll go through the proofing process, and we'll go through that. And I think that would be great to get the rest of the crew on for something like that. Maybe that's a live stream. Maybe that's a video. I don't know. But I would love to, and frankly, I would love to also talk about the process of going from concept to Kickstarter, and like what it's like to run a Kickstarter, because I think there's a lot of stuff I wish I would have known before we started this one. I'll tell you that much. And I think there's a great resource that we can start sharing with people. And yeah, thank you so much, Dovizar, for your wonderful contribution here. Yes. Good. How is one supposed, so Twice Dead Mage says, how is one supposed to describe magic items? Any advice? As little as possible. What I would do is describe ominous details about them. And then I would say things that are going to lead people to be curious about them. And then I really do think this is one of those things where, giving, it's kind of like monsters, right? If you don't name the monster, if you just describe it, then people are like, what the heck is this thing? Even if you're just describing a goblin. By avoiding that name, you kind of avoid this cartoon version that everybody has in their head. And I think it's the same thing with magical items. And I think, let someone cast Identify for once to find out what this thing does. Or let them experiment with it, see if it reacts to different things. I mean, that scene could get tiresome soon, but I don't know. That's the way I like to do things. I tell you what, if I had like a blessed sword that was like the sword of evil's bane that pushes back the magical darkness that surrounds it in the dungeon, like describe the magical item's effect in the world. What effect, you know, like show, don't tell, you know, like how can you describe this magical item behaving in the world as a way that it might clue someone in to that's what this is doing, a little signposting that might help out. That's how I would do it. When possible, I love, this is Tartar Digger, when possible, I love letting my players flavor their own magic items as well. This is always, kicking it back to the players is always a great idea. It's like, how do you know that this sword is magical? Paint the scene, right? I think this comes from the Gauntlet, if not Jason Cordova specifically, this idea of painting the scene, just like kicking it back to the players. Like tell them to describe what they're seeing in their head and then go like, yeah, that sounds cool, right? Then you get to be surprised, and that's fun. Because I just made a hunting horn that calls the wild hunt, and I don't know how to describe it, right? You know, I would say many hunting horns would have carvings on the inside, of like inlaid black line on the side of the horn, or some kind of scene pasted on it or painted on it with enamels, or perhaps there's a mural behind it that shows the wild hunt being called. You know, there's lots of things that you could do, especially for magic items. It's there. You have every reason to believe that these magic items are going to appear to be more special. So you have a built-in reason for why this is more ornamented in a world-building way. I haven't missed any super chats, have I? No, I haven't. Okay, cool. And that's really wonderful. I love to see that. JP saying, I would love that video. Yes, yes, yes. What else do we have here? When someone casts Identify, yeah, but then they've when someone casts Identify, would you say what it does, or would you still do something differently? I would. If they've spent resources, I would tell them everything they needed to know about it. But yeah, I would wind them up before that to try to tempt them into using their resources to find out. I don't believe Identify is a cantrip. If it is, I have no idea why it exists. But I've never been in a game where someone's used it. Silver ornaments, this is good. Kenny's asking, Kyle, how does a super mythic literary work or not work in a game world? I mean, it depends on what game. I think there are certain games that tend to lean. So there's sort of like an assumption of a scientific lens on a lot of games. Like if you were to read the, do I have the monster manual at hand? Here we go. Yeah. So if I was to read through this, let's look at, I'm just going to look for a random, this is the Dungeon Master's Guide. Wrong book. Wrong book. All right, here we go. Let me look for, here we go. This is for a closet. I have no idea if this is going to illustrate my point or prove me wrong, so we'll find out together. Mortal spellcasters interested in extraplanar familiars find quasits easy to summon and eager to serve. The quasit plays the part of the obsequious servant. It serves its master well, but it goads the mortal to greater and greater acts of chaos and evil. Such quasits have the following traits. Familiar. The quasit can serve another creature as a familiar, forming a telepathic bond with its master. While the two are bonded, the master can sense out what the quasit senses. You know, it's like, if you would have taken that first part where it's talking about what this does before it gets to the familiar trait, if you just would have thrown the word telepathic in there, I'll bet that's all you really need for a game. But but even that, it's just like mortal spellcasters interested in extraplanar familiars. Like it's kind of like matter-of-factly presenting strong categories for everything to exist in, and that is not how a mythical game works. And even like I would, if instead of Quasit, and I think even like Quasit and a lot of these kind of like fiend characters, these names kind of arose in response to the satanic panic to try to get away from this. If nowadays, though, if we would have called this imp fiend of Satan, right? I think that is a mythological taste on it. I think giving it an animal name like penguin is robbing it of its mythical resonance. I hope that answers your question, at least in part there, Kenny. Grizhoot. Oh, it's wonderful to hear from you. I'm very happy to keep you company while you're building IKEA furniture. That can be really, really fun, but it can also be really, really frustrating if you accidentally put a piece or two in backwards, as I have done from time to time. Tartar, I gotta jump out, but this is super fun. I love more live streams from you. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Oh, thank you so much for stopping by and jumping into the conversation that has been what a wonderful thing. I gotta say, like, I was really worried about chat because I not you guys, but like bad actors kind of coming in and commandeering things, and either Amber and John are doing an amazing job modding that I haven't seen any bad stuff, or the settings are working or something like that, but this has just been overwhelmingly positive and fun, and I really appreciate it. Shall we get back to the Fortress Unvanquishable, save for Saknoth? I think we shall. And for those who may have just joined us, it will, if you can read the overlay here, it will come as no surprise that we are talking about Monstrous, the stories behind the stat blocks, which is a system agnostic guides to telling taller tales, to making the most out of your monster manual, and to build better beasts. So if that sounds fun to you, please check out the link on the page, and you will not be disappointed. Okay. Kenny's just got, like, I can tell Kenny's just like brewing some hot cocoa and just like really having a nice autumn afternoon here, making me do all this reading for him. I was thinking about doing some drawing, but I'm really having a lot of fun with this. So let's just keep it up. Yes, we are doing, we are reading the Fortress Unvanquishable, save for Saknoth by Lord Dunsany, which is available wherever fine internets are delivered. And in the walls stood the doors like precipice of steel, all studded with boulders of iron. And above every window were terrible gargoyles of stone, and the name of the fortress shone upon the wall, writ large letters of brass: the Fortress Unvanquishable, save for Saknoth. Yes, indeed. It has its own weakness. It's like if Superman walked around and said, Superman, please don't wave kryptonite at me. Again, there's that whimsy. This is a children's story. Then Leothric drew and revealed Saknoth, and all the gargoyles grinned, and the grin went flickering from face to face, right up to the cloud-abiding gables. And when Saknoth was revealed and all the gargoyles grinned, it was like the moonlight emerging from the cloud to look upon the first time, for the first time upon the field of blood, and passing swiftly over the wet faces of the slain that lie there together in that horrible night. Then Leothric advanced towards the door, and was mightier than the marble quarry Sacramonia, from which the old men cut enormous slabs to build the Abbey of Holy Tears. Day after day they wrenched out the very ribs of the hill until the abbey was built, and it was more beautiful than anything in stone. Then the priest blessed Sacramonia as it laid rest, and no more stone was ever taken from it to build the houses of men. And the hill stood looking southward, lonely in the sunlight, defaced by a mighty scar. So vast was the door of steel. The name of the door was the Port Resonant, the way of egress for war. So yeah, lots of weird imagery kind of happening here. We are, we're up to 97. We're up to 97. Oh, I love to see that. That is so much fun. Yeah, who knows? We have about 2 hours left of the stream, and it would just make my day if we can make the rest of that 3% happen. If you are enjoying this stream, and if you want to support Monstrous, if you just like the stream, if you just hit that thumbs up button, it does make it more visible to other people. This is something I should have been saying for hours. I just get so wrapped up in having my fun that I forget. But yeah, just share the stream. Hopefully the stream don't go down again, just as all the new cool people are showing up. But in the meantime, we will carry on with the old guard here that have stuck through us through all the different stream changes. But yeah, I love this. So it was like, when the gargoyles grinned, it was like the moonlight emerging from a cloud to look for the first time upon a field of blood, and passing swiftly over the wet faces of the slain that lie there together in that horrible night. It is not that thing. That thing is not literally here. The gargoyles grinning is like that. And this whole story about the marble quarry Sacramonia it is just to give you the scale of this door, the Port Resonant, the egress of war, right? Like, this is pure, like, this, any editor worth their salt is going to cut all of this cruft out of here. But luckily they didn't. Luckily we still have it, because what fun is this? But I love this, we get this fields of blood passing swiftly over the wet faces of the slain that lie together in that horrible night. Sounds like the Dead Marshes to me. Now, much has been made out of Tolkien's time in World War I, and talking about, that's where he's getting all of these images from. I think perhaps they are overstating their case. Not that there weren't horrific images to draw from the war, but this is not the only place to source horrific images. He did, after all, read books too. Okay. Then Leothric smote upon the Port Resonant with Sacnoth, and the echoes of Sacnoth went ringing through the halls, and all the dragons in the fortress barked. And when the baying of the remotest dragon had faintly joined the tumult, a window opened up far above the clouds, below the betwixt the betwilit. Below the twilit gables, and a woman screamed, and far away in hell her father heard her and knew her doom was come. Oh, that sentence has more story in it than most of this story does. I feel like I need to read that again. Then Leothric smote upon the port resonant with Saknoth, and the echo of Saknoth went ringing through the halls, comma, and all the dragons in the fortress barked, period. When the baying of the remotest dragon had faintly joined the tumult, comma, a window opened up amongst the clouds below the twilit gables, comma, and a woman screamed, comma, and far away in hell her father knew that her doom was come, period. That is some writing. A Grishoot says, I bought a couple of Dunsany books, and I am now very much looking forward to reading them. Yes, they are wonderful. Actually, he's most famous for his novel that he wrote, The King of Elfland's Daughter, which I actually haven't read because it's not in the public domain yet, or it wasn't back when I was reading it. It might be now. But that thank you so much, Peter Barker, for the 50 pounds. That is so wonderful. Peter says, let's get this beauty funded. I think you're a beauty for helping us do that. I really do. That is really marvelous and generous of you, and I know it means the world to me, and I know it means the world to the rest of the team. The support and the kind words equally as much. Thank you so much. But yeah, Dunsany, there's lots of really wonderful. I like him in short stories more. I have a feeling, because I have tried to read one of his novels before, and I was like, this is kind of losing it for me. But he's also famous for The Gods of Pagana, which was another huge inspiration, not just for what became the Silmarillion, but also for the Lovecraft mythos. And there's actually a couple of names that were just like stolen, nearly a wholesale. From that. So, it's like there's this, when we make work, we are in conversation through the gulf of time with the people that held the torch before us, right? And we take up that in this great relay race of fantasy imagery. And I think that's why things like Appendix N are so cool. It's not because actually all those books are worth reading, and some of them are actually quite regrettable. But it is we are in the process of transforming these ideas and carrying them on, and we redeploy these images devoid of their original context at our own peril, because we don't know sometimes like where some of the ideas that are baked in here that we might not want to carry into our adaptation of it. So but plus you get to read fun sentences like what we have in Dunsany. Jay Newman guy says, I wish I could fund this with my money, but the best I can do is positive vibes. That I feel it, right? I feel, give me your energy, people of Earth. It is so wonderful. This has been such a tremendous and encouraging day, and I'm really glad that you are a part of it. I really do mean that. Okay, so let's move on. Or maybe I'll just read this sentence over and over again until it's 6 o'clock. And Leothric went on smiting terribly with Saknoth, and the grey steel of the port resonant, the way of egress of war, was tempered to resist the swords of the world, came away in ringing slices. Then Leothric, holding Saknoth in his hand, went through the hole that he had hewn in the door, and became into the unlit cavernous hall. And an elephant fled trumpeting, and Leothric stood still, holding Saknoth. And when the sound of the feet of the elephant had died away in the remoter corridors, nothing more stirred than the cavernous hall was still. Presently, the darkness in the distant hall became musical with the sound of bells coming nearer and nearer and still Leothric waited in the dark, and the bells rang louder and louder, echoing through the halls, and there appeared a procession of men on camels, riding 2 by 2 from the interior of the fortress, and they were armed with scimitars of Assyrian make, and were all clad with mail, and the mail and the chain mail hung from their helmets about their faces and flapped as their camels moved. And there they halted before Leothric in a cavernous hall, and the camel bells clanged and stopped, and the leader said to Leothric, "Lord Gaznak has desired to see you die before him. Be pleased to come with us, and we can discourse by the way the manner in which Lord Gaznak desires to see you die." And as he said this, he unwound a chain of iron that was coiled upon his saddle, and Leothric answered, "I would fain go with you, for I am here to slay Gaznak." And all the camel guard of Gaznak laughed hideously, disturbing the vampires that were asleep in the measureless vault of the roof. And the leader said, "Lord Gaznak is immortal save for Saknoth, and weareth the armor that is proof even against Saknoth himself, and hath that sword and has a sword the second most terrible in the world." And then Leothric said, "I am the lord with the sword, Saknoth." And he advanced towards the camel guard of Gaznak, and Saknoth lifted up and down in his hand as though stirred by an exultant pulse. And the camel guard of Gaznak fled, and the riders leaned forward and smote their camels with their whips. And there they went away, great clamor of bells in the colonnades and corridors of the vaulted halls, and the scattered into the inner darkness of the forest. When the last sound of them had died away, Leothric was in doubt of which way to go, for the camel guard was dispersed in many directions. So when he went straight on, he came to the great stairway in the middle of the hall. Then Leothric set his foot on the middle of the wide step and climbed steadily up the stairway for 5 minutes. Little light was there in the great hall, though through which Leothric ascended, for it was only entered through the arrow slits here and there, and the world in the outside evening was waning fast. So yeah, this is some good stuff right here, but we can also see like this bit right here, you kind of get the idea. You kind of get the idea that perhaps Lord Dunsany was really into the idea of I guess what we would call Western Asia as like the other, as the invading force, this sort of like even like almost literally alien from space, these camel guards of Gaznak, and which is rough, and it's one of the reasons that it's tough to just like say everyone should read this book, because it doesn't dwell on it necessarily, but it comes with it a certain kind of association and a certain kind of baggage. It's a wonderful scene. It really, like every step of it, if you replace the word camel with horse or whatever, it would be just as beautiful. But you know, Dunsany he's living in a specific time, and he has a certain kind of image that he wants to do, and it trades on a certain amount of colonial xenophobia. You know, that's how it be. Yes, so what are we reading? We are reading The Fortress Unvanquishable, Save for Saknoth by Lord Dunsany. Yeah, we're having a whale of a time kind of getting through this. But I tell you, this is actually this is a trick that I love to use, especially in one shots. But I love what Dunsany is doing with sound in this, right? And in initiative combat, this is kind of harder to do, but notice what he is doing with sound. He's not just talking about the visuals of these approaching tower guards. He is also talking about their retreat. They all have these bells, tolling on them, and like, as you are narrating, make sure the loud parts are loud and bombastic, and then, in the stillness of the battleground, in your victory, the mist creeps upon the ground, and the dripping of the cavern is heard, and only the burble of a frog in a subterranean pond is heard, right? Like, you can really slow down the pace of the narration, and it has with it also, like, you can buy yourself some time by thinking of the next thing I'm about to say. Even if you're not super good at improving this kind of stuff, by slowing down that pace, you can kind of give people this like chance to kind of like unclench after a big exciting battle. You can kind of change that. Robin D. Laws in Hamlet's Hit Points. I think he wrote Hamlet's Hit Points. I don't have it. I have it somewhere on my shelf, but I don't want to walk away to get it. Talks about upbeats and downbeats, and that is something. The way you're narrating things is also a way you can kind of control the pace and the tone of the game. And even if they don't get a short rest at this moment, they can feel a short rest as a player. Right, yeah. Peter Baker says this, like, if the guard had been astride monstrous hounds or something, yeah, if they were riding on wolves, like, that would be really cool too. And it would also make for a more intimidating image, right? We aren't around camels enough to know how nasty they can be. Yeah, I think there's lots to kind of like say about this, and I actually I think I have the better part of an audio book of this story done and edited, but I decided not to put it out there because it's like I didn't know how to kind of couch it and without being able to kind of like stop and explain myself. I don't know that it's worth perpetuating in some instances. I don't know that it's worth the baggage. But I think there's enough wonderful stuff that it's worth critically and thoughtfully engaging with. But one of the decisions, I was just like, well, do I take some of these mentions of things? Do I take some of this and just like reskin the story and like make some edits and stuff like that? But I think if I'm already going to be editing and making creative interventions, I may as well be working on my own stuff, right? So I think, present the past as is, and then, take the wisdom and make your different decisions in the wisdom and the knowledge that you have and the light you walk in, and make your own thing. Pet's Dinner says, just went full goblin with the extras. Let's do this. That's so exciting to hear. Thank you so much for doing that. And we're really looking forward to getting all these cool books and zines and everything in everybody's hands, be they digital or otherwise. Right. It's like, it's tough to see good fiction stuck in thinking that is outdated, but people will say the same thing about fiction that's being written now. Like, there are so many things that we're already running into, not so long ago, assumed male gender pronouns were the norm in rule books and rules manuals all over the place, as if there was no one else that they could imagine playing this game. It was just kind of a default. I don't think they were actually intending to gender the reader of these rules or the players. But yeah, like, you know, that was very commonplace. And I think in many style guides, it was totally acceptable to do that. And just a short while later, you know, not cool. There are other decisions to make to get across this idea of how you're stating this stuff. And I think, you know, that's one of the nice things that we see, especially in indie games, when rules are written in the second person pronoun. It's like, you do this, you do that. I think that kind of like, that's a nice swerve, but it's also like much more personal, intimate. There's a lot of things, but yeah, it's just like we're all going to be proven to be the dinosaurs we are eventually. Yeah. Cool. The stairway led up to 2 folding doors, and we're reading again from the Fortress Unvanquished, we'll say, for Saknoth, and we are doing this to draw attention to and celebrate the end of our campaign for Monstrous, the stories behind the stat blocks, a system agnostic guide to telling taller tales, building better beasts, and making the most of your monster manual, which is on crowdfunding. It is on Kickstarter, that's the word, and is on Kickstarter until the morning of October 5th. So don't lose out on all the fun. Reading along. Silly question incoming, but will the book be available for purchase after the Kickstarter? If we can fund, yeah. All right, that is entirely dependent upon the campaign, I think, and how soon that stuff happens. But yeah, we do want to keep. The idea of doing something like this is not just to do a one and done, and I hesitate not to capitalize on FOMO, but you know, we do want to keep some version of this in print for a long time, because I think people are just now towards the end of the campaign beginning to actually hear about it and get excited about it and see, you know, I think the book is going to have a really interesting life cycle in that once it's out and people start using it, I think they're going to get really excited about it, and I think it's going to have a longer tail than it did in the Kickstarter. That is because when people actually get it and use it, they love it, and they're like, oh my gosh, where is this stuff? I think that's what we're going to see. But you know, we'll see how it goes. Kyle, did you ever do speech or theater training? Your narration voice is strict. No, it's very evocative. Thank you so much for the kind words. Neko. But I'll tell you this. I was once upon a time going to be a pastor. I was when I was an undergrad. I was studying to be a theologian and all that kind of stuff, and like access to public speaking spaces, and kind of understanding the drama and pacing of delivery was something that I grew up with. And I don't think that my pastor would like to hear me talk about his sermons as an act of public speaking. Yet that is or storytelling. But there were lessons for both things there. So no, I was not a drama kid. I'm often accused of giving off that energy, but I did not. I was not in drama club. But I love language, and I actually learned to speak by listening to like old time radio cassettes from Cracker Barrel, which almost certainly nobody remembers. But it was there was a joy in the aesthetics of sound that I fell in love with, even though I had reading disabilities. Talking was something that I could do with language. So yeah. Peter Baker is saying, yes, the deep Kyle lore. Shut up, everyone, the Kyle lore is dropping. Peter Baker, having made both a Celestial and a Lich from the preview packets, I can confirm it is a lot of fun. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Yes. I heard drummer, and now you look like a drum player to me. No. Catholic or Protestant? Even evangelical Protestant. Just kind of like I went to a non-denominational church growing up. So yeah, very much like, not quite like Billy Sunday, Billy Graham, Fire and Brimstone, but not too far away from that either. So yeah, I think that's why I take on kind of like a full of it tone when I'm GMing too. It's very pumped up for what I'm actually doing. But you know, it's worth it. It's fun. The stairway led up to two folding doors as they stood ajar. Through the crack, Leothric had entered and tried to continue straight on, but he could get no further, for the whole room seemed to be full of festooned with ropes which swung from wall to wall and were looped and draped from the ceiling. And the whole chamber was thick and black with them, and they were soft and light to the touch, like fine silk. But Leothric was unable to break any one of them. And though they swung away from him as he pressed forward, yet by the time he had gotten 3 yards, they were all about him like a heavy cloak. And Leothric stepped back and drew Saknoth, and Saknoth divided the ropes without a sound. And without a sound, the severed pieces fell to the floor. And Leothric went forward slowly, moving Saknoth in front of him, up and down as he went. And he was come to the middle of the chamber. Suddenly, as he parted with Saknoth a great hammock of strands, he saw a spider before him that was larger than a ram. And the spider looked at him with his eyes that were little. But there was much sin, and he said, "Who are you to spoil the labors of years, all undone, all done in the honor of Satan?" And Leothric answered him, "I am Leothric, son of Lorendiak." And the spider said, "I will make a rope at once to hang you with." And Leothric parted a bunch of strands and came nearer to the spider, and he sat making his rope. As he sat making his rope, and the spider, looking upon his work, said, "What is that sword that is able to sever my ropes?" And Leothric said, "It is Saknoth." And thereat, the black hair that hung over the face of the spider parted left and right, and the spider frowned, and the hair fell back into its place and hid everything except the sin in the little eyes with which went on gleaming lustfully in the dark. But before Leothric could reach him, he climbed away with his hands, going up one of his ropes to a lofty rafter, and then sat growling. But clearing his way with Saknoth, Leothric passed through the chamber and came to a farther door. And the door being shut and the handle being far up out of his reach, he hewn the door. He hewn his way through the door with Saknoth, the same way he had done with the port resident, the egress of war. And so Leothric came to the well-lit chamber, where queens and princesses were banqueting together, all at a great table, and thousands of candles were glowing all about, and their light shone in the wine that the princes drank, and the huge gold candelabra and the royal faces were irradiant with the glow, and the white tablecloth and the silver plates and the jewelry on the hairs of the queens, each jewel having a historian all to itself, who who wrote no other chronicle in his days. Between the table and the door where he stood 200 footmen in 2 rows of 100 facing each other. Nobody looked at Leothric as he entered through the hole in the door. But one of the princes asked a question of the footman, and the question was passed from mouth to mouth by all 100 footmen until it came at last to the one nearest Leothric, who said to Leothric without looking at him, "What do you seek here?" And Leothric answered, "I seek to slay Gaznak." And another question came down the line of footmen. "What is your name?" And the line stood opposite, took the answer back. And one of the princes said, "Take him away, where we shall not hear his screams." And the footman repeated it all, till it came at last to the last 2. And they advanced to seize Leothric. Then Leothric shown them the sword, saying, "This is Saknoth!" And both of them said to the man nearest, "This is Saknoth!" and screamed and fled away. And 2 by 2, all up the double line, footmen repeating, "It is Saknoth!" And they screamed and fled until the last 2 gave the message to the table. And the rest had gone. Hurriedly then arose the queens and princes and fled out of the chamber. And the goodly table, when they were all gone, looked small and disorderly and awry. And to Leothric, pondering the desolate chamber by which the door could pass onward, there came from the 2 the sounds of music. And he knew that the magical musicians were playing to Gaznak while he slept. Oh, what a scene! What a scene! Right? Oh my goodness. Yes, Ash Peterson. This is Shelob, or I think, more directly, this is very much the Spiders of Mirkwood from The Hobbit that had no problem talking. Shelob doesn't get to talk. And I'm very sad about that. But yeah, this is about kind of instilling this idea of Ungoliant, the Light Eater, whose webs were black, right? We see all of that in this scene. It's a great artist's steel, and Tolkien, it is hard to argue that he isn't, and even he would not argue that he wasn't strongly influenced by the stories of Dunsany. And I think specifically this story. I can totally see that. Thanks. I really enjoy all your narration bits. I'm having a blast. Yes, let's talk spiders. Yes. JP, wonderful that you're still here, JP. Thanks for hanging out. That's really cool of you. So, do you think that Saknoth is famous because it can kill stuff so easily, or because it is difficult to acquire? So, I'll spoil something for you. Thera-Gavarug is one of these metal dragons, and there's like 3 more metal dragons that are mentioned by name in the story. One of whom is like a faithful hound to Gaznak. This dragon goes by the name Wang Bongaruk, and it prophesies all of the stuff that's happening in the story, including that this is why the fortress is called unvanquishable, save for Saknoth, because of the prophecy of this dragon. So yeah, like that is and they don't really go into it. Dunsany doesn't really explain where Thera-Gavarug came from. I kind of assume that he came from he left the fortress unvanquishable the last 230 years ago, when the last time that the fortress unvanquishable was on Earth. And I think ever since then there have been these murmurs that now that Thera-Gavarug has flown the coop, there is now Saknoth is in play. Saknoth didn't even exist until the dragon was melted down. this kind of stuff. So yeah, it's kind of like complicated, and I don't think the story is really interested in it, but I think there's a really interesting textual answer to why Sacknoth is so famous. Axiom Delver says, I got the impression that the spider was a person with really long black hair. Yes. Right? And I think that is something that we really ought to be doing in our games is when people expect us to anthropomorphize, let's go beastie. When people expect us to go beast, let's anthropomorphize. Like, let's keep people on the back foot. That is part of what I think a mythological tone for a game can do. But yeah, the spider is talked about as having hands and sitting in a hammock and praising Satan with its web works and all this kind of stuff, right? It's but I don't think there's any reason to call it like a drider or something like that. I don't think there's any reason to categorize it as anything else than a spider. I don't think there's any reason to say like, oh, it once was a man that praised Gaznak and Satan for so long that it's the corruption of these evil forces turned into this. You know, it's like, if you wanted to, you could do that, but I think just saying like a spider has these tiny sinful eyes and parting its hair, I think that's really interesting. Thinking about a spider that can headbang to metal music, now that's fun. Right, and that really throws people off and gets them to like, now suddenly I have to imagine this. You've given me a bit of gristle I have to chew on. I just can't swallow this, right? I think sometimes that's really fun. Jay Newman guy says, I love how impersonal the courtly crowd is. Their affluence is just shattered by the mere mention of Sacknoth. Yes. Yeah, or aloofness. Yes, I think that's a great way to put it. They're cowards, right? Like, they are used to things being dealt with. Especially, they're in the fortress unvanquishable. What do they got? What do they got to be worried about? But yeah, like, you really get this idea that, and knowing that Lord Dunsany comes from a noble house, he is a lord after all. Like, his view, like, first of all, he's authoring these stories under a pseudonym. I think it's like Plunkett or something like that. You know, he's kind of doing something that's a little off the beaten trail, and seems to have a fairly dim view of nobility in a general sense, especially in this. Like, there's certainly a comical nature to which you can take it. But I guess Leothric is himself a prince, so perhaps there's a right way to do it. Who knows? It's you know, you can't take politics out of the story, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is a political treatise at the same time. Ricardo says, which version of the book are you reading? I'm reading along. I downloaded it from the Internet Archive. It's full of arabesques and flourishes, a really old version. Yeah, there's Sid Symes, I think, is the illustrator for that, and he's a brilliant illustrator. Really worth looking at. I'm actually just reading the one that's on wikisource.org. So it's just a really plain text version that's easier for me to read. But yeah, there are some really good ones on, I think that, yeah, there's one on archive.org that you can read, that Ricardo is mentioning. That it has all the beautiful illustrations and a lot more stories in it. Peter Barker says, Peter Baker. Like I said, I have reading problems. I mean, we as the audience don't need to know everything about the spider. It's arguably more interesting as just an implication. Yes, I agree. And I think we can take that into our GMing as well. I think if you call something a spider and then give it details that don't gel with that, I think it's a really interesting thing to do. Or you could never call it a spider and just refer to it by these anthropomorphic things, and I think that would be really fun too. So yeah, lots of interesting things to try from this. Let me get a drink of water here. Okay. Let's see here. Perhaps entirely appropriate. Listening to this this soundtrack right here. Fortress Unvanquishable is very much a Legends of Zelda story. You know, it is about a guy who gets a magic sword specifically to go kill an evil wizard with, right? I mean, it's Ocarina of Time. It is Link to the Past. It is it's well trodden ground, and actually I know there's at least a couple of Japanese game developers. There was actually a company called Saknoth. They made a game called Shadow Hearts, Wild Hearts, something like that, but it's like a turn of the century thing, and Lord Dunsany is an NPC in this PS2 game. Really, really cool stuff. So I know this story got around, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if some guys from FromSoft were aware of this story, right? Leothric, I think, is just straight up taken for a character in I think he's a boss battle in Dark Souls 3 or something very, very close to it. I think there's lots of names that are kind of taken out of this and kind of pilfered and borrowed by several video game developers. So I'm not trying to make the case that like Miyamoto like took it's just like, oh, I'm going to make a video game adaptation of this game. Nothing quite so direct, but you know. It wouldn't surprise me if it had more of an influence than we think. Yeah, kind of just imagine a spider having hands. That's kind of how I imagine it too. Just straight up hands. Grizhoot says, I have to get going, but it's been great. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, and I'm glad we could keep you company. Like a spider's body, but with a person's hands, graspers even, yeah. I don't think we're meant to think of like pincers or like something really like insecty. I think you are really supposed to think of them as hands, and I think that's the illustration that comes with the book as well. And Dunsany really liked those illustrations, from what I remember. Jake the Annihilator says, I'm running an online Star Wars RPG game. How do I go about creating easy to understandable, beautiful 3D maps for it? Kind of hand-drawn style. Well, easy to understand, beautiful 3D maps. I mean, this is it's going to take a lot of work, right? I think there's if you do not need to use a virtual tabletop for if you do not need to use a virtual tabletop or if you can use a virtual tabletop and you don't need to use it for measurement, it's really easy just to throw isometric images into Owlbear Rodeo or something like that, and use 3D maps that way. You can get that elevation and everything. But the problem I have found with using isometric maps as somebody who loves drawing them, they're really, really good for getting a specific thing across. It's like, if you need to be exact, it's like, this is this specific room, this is this specific tavern, this is the situation. You need to make that really clear. That takes a lot of work. Like, I don't do that for my home games. I only do that when it shows up when I'm getting paid to put it into a book. That's a really big workload. You can sketch isometrically, but I don't know how easy that will be to understand. So I don't know that I have a great answer for you. I don't know that the thing that you are describing exists, unfortunately. But I also think that we overestimate the importance of verticality being demonstrated on the map. I would say this, that there's if you were to draw your own maps, if you drew them kind of like Link to the Past, the Super Nintendo Legends of Zelda game, they handle 2D elevation really nicely and really elegantly, and they just kind of like do some extra like leading lines to make sure you can see the sides of the walls as they kind of ascend up there. So this is something that I'm starting to figure out. And hopefully on my next tactics video, I will have like a better answer for you. Yeah, I think those are my thoughts on the issue right now, just off the dome. So I hope that helps out. Pet Dinner says, less detail is often better, inspires the imagination. Yeah, I mean, but it depends. It's like, we could give all the advice in the world, but if somebody's asking, how do I do this specific thing? I think it's if we can help them out, that's great. And if we think like the thing you're asking for isn't that good, that's not what they were asking. They're starting with this, this kind of thing. But I tend to agree that, especially for home games, without pre-established or pre-planned modules, I think there's probably like a quicker solution that is a better fit for my table. But if you want to run something that has custom high-end graphics, maybe just do a once a month game. I don't know. Cloud Curio, are there spiders in Monstrous? Yes, there definitely are. We are going to have spiders in Monstrous. And I do think they are going to have some hands. Actually, hold on. We might be able to see. This is okay. So I'll tell you when it's okay to look if you don't want to see weird spider drawings. I don't think that this is the one we're going to go with. But this kind of tells you what I'm thinking about. Yeah. So again, look away, and I'll tell you when it's okay to look back. I'll show you the sketch for what I was thinking about with spiders with hands for Monstrous. Is this bad boy right here who has hands and feet. So yeah, I have now taken the image away from the camera lens so you cannot see it, but I can assure you it is exactly the nightmare that it sounded like it was. Heck yeah, only 2K to go. Oh heck yeah, what are we at? This is really exciting. Yeah, he's got those big soulful eyes though, right? I think that's the thing I love about spiders is an arachnophobic. They give me the Ghiblies, but like on occasion they're just like, oh man, there's kind of a lot going on. I actually have a spider in an upcoming Mouse Ritter zine that I have coming out. And he is your magic shop owner because there's just something about this. They kind of have these big bushy mustaches and these big sparkling lidless eyes, and there's just something so mystical, like and so alien to a mouse that I was just like, ooh, I want to put a magic spider in this story. Heck yeah. So yeah, we are at 73,000, so just 2 more thousand to go. Really excited about this. More sketchbook? Okay. If you insist. Here, let me so we have the Marpy. And then we also have the Warpy, which is a worm harpy. I was planning out a different I was thinking about drawing our orcs today, but I'll show off. This is kind of what I'm thinking about with an orc. This is most of the way there. Although I think we're going to add more fire elements, and I really was thinking about like this, having all of these orcs have like a ball and chain on them, but I think that doesn't communicate what I want it to. I feel that imagery is a bit too loaded, so we might stray away from it. But I think I have another, perhaps. Oh yes, here we go. So this is probably a lot closer to what we're going to go with for the orc. Just kind of like a beardy, fangy guy with this kind of like cylindrical helmet and like a knife stapled to the front of it or something like that. Because you got to be careful about how much you change orcs around, otherwise they don't read as orcs. But like, what is the silhouette? It can't just look like a person. It needs to be like different. So that's been a long, but I'm finally really excited about where that's going. Here's some. I was trying to figure out a little character for Kenny to use as like a little logo or something like that, and I wasn't getting anywhere with it. But here are some things I was thinking about. Kind of, again, very, very Hieronymus Bosch adjacent kind of stuff. I'll tell you, this was cut. Here's something that is not in Monstrous, an animated statue. And this is what I was going with for that. I really like this design, but it's too close in silhouette to the Gorgon that we have, which is a big. Actually, I think I might have the Gorgon earlier on. Yes, which is a big kind of muscle-bound kind of mutant with the person with snake hair kind of like trapped on top of this big ogre body. So yeah, I was like, it was too close in silhouette, and I was like, we can do better. So I decided, instead of an animated statue, which will certainly come out in something eventually, just not Monstrous. Instead of an animated statue, we are doing one of these grinning gargoyles from the Fortress Unvanquishable that is kind of like, has all of these different kind of gargoyle-y faces kind of stapled all around its body and things like that. So that I'm really excited for. And I think a gargoyle kind of crouching and grinning and its gleaming eye in the moonlight is sort of a more active composition. And that's going to be a painting for our imposters section in the book. So yeah, the art development of this book has been something I've had to take more and more seriously as more and more art comes in, because it all needs to look different. And it all needs to help you more easily tell a different story at your table. WK Henderson says the Gorgon is one of my favorites for sure, design wise. Thank you so much. I'm really, really happy with it. And I think it's an interesting way of taking a look at classical imagery, and there's the pretty Gorgons of Medusa, and then there are like the big kind of like hulking monsters, and kind of finding a way to combine the two, I think is really fun. And that's sort of like where the creative process for some of these, especially if it's like I'm pulling directly from a classic myth, it's just like, well, we got to find something to do with this. Orc image tells a whole story. Heck yeah. Bro, Gorgon is so good. Thank you so much. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that's a handmade sketchbook. You better believe it is. I made this thing myself, stapled it together. This is, of course, a reference to and this is probably my favorite sketchbook I've ever made, because I then had the brilliant idea to start taking the loose leaf sketches and just stapling them in, and it's just so much fun to flip through. For the dragon, right? We had kind of some more kind of like straightforward dragon ideas in here, until we got to like, what does this? So this I just straight up just took and turned into the dragon painting, but the fortress dragon itself shows up a little bit earlier. Yes. Right. And you can see the scale is much larger than what the early image is. And like I wanted to, like a rose window for the eyeball or something like that. So there's a version of this that will exist at some point, but I felt like that is a dragon that is not just a dungeon. That's a dragon that's a mega dungeon. So yeah, lots of fun stuff, lots of ducks. We also have some turnips, and what? Here's my bad ideas only. Harm eyes, use goggles. Yes, lots of fun stuff. So that's the sketchbook right there. Let's see here. We got about an hour left. Thank you so much, Stabby Rogue. That's wonderful. I can't wait to get you this book either. This is easily the most creatively fulfilled I've ever felt on a project, and it's certainly the biggest project I've ever worked on. Even though it's fewer pages, it's a lot more work than even my graphic novel. It's just the graphic novel was me shooting from the hip, and I wasn't collaborating with anybody, and this is it's a real monster, but we're having a blast making it. So I'm glad you're looking forward to it. Should we vanquish this fortress? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yes, if you want to make it cooler, add random body parts. I've been doing that since before Elden Ring, right? But I think that's a great way to do it. It's like, if you ever like, what are the creepiest teeth to add to a monster? Human teeth. What are the creepiest eyes to add to a monster? Human eyes. What's the worst ear to add to a monster? A human ear, right? Give it fingers, give it fingernails, give it things that are familiar and are somewhere they don't belong, right? That's how to get under people's skin. I'm sure that will run its course at some point, but I certainly have a lot of fun drawing it. Thank you so much, Axum Delver, for showing up. And thank you also, Tron Hammer, for showing up. This has been wonderful for both of you to be a big part of the positive vibes for this stream. Okay. Fantastic stuff. Can't wait to get the physical copy. I'm 100% sure we can fund this. Woo! Yes, thank you, Matthew Ford. Okay, let's talk through the rest of this. How close are we to the end? Not terribly close. Let's skip. Let's skip down a bit. So we're going to pick up a bit further down the line. So this would be after we fight a couple of dragons over a pit of stars. So you'll if you're following along, you'll have to kind of figure out where we are. But we're pretty near the end here, just before Wong Bongarok. Thank you so much, Pet Diner. It was wonderful to have you. Nothing is scarier than something that resembles a human but isn't. Yes. Nothing stirred. This is from the Fortress Unvanquishable save for Saknoth, and we are here talking about Monstrous on Kickstarter, which will help you tell the stories behind the stat blocks, tell taller tales, make the most out of your monster manual, and build better beasts. Hello, Aiden. Nothing stirred If anything lurked behind these pillars of colonnades that held aloft the roof, it neither breathed nor moved. The music of the magical musicians sounded from very near. Suddenly, the great doors on the far side of the chamber opened left and right, and for some moments, Leothric saw nothing move and waited, clutching Saknoth. Then Wong Bungarok came towards him, breathing. It was the last and faithfulest guard of Gaznak, and it came from slobbering just now at its master's hand. More as a child than a dragon was Gaznak wont to treat him, giving him often from his finger tender pieces of man, all smoking from his table. Long and low was Long Bungarok, and the subtle about the eyes, and he came breathing malice against Leothric out of his faithful breast. And behind him roared the armory of his tail, which as when sailors drag the cable of an anchor rolling down the deck. And when Wong Bungarok knew that he now faced Saknoth, and well Wong Bungarok knew that he now faced Saknoth, for it had been his wont to prophesy quietly to himself for many years as he laid curled around the feet of Gaznak, and Leothric stepped forward into the blast of his breath and lifted Saknoth to strike. But when Saknoth was lifted up, the eye of Theragatharug on the butt of the hilt of the dragon and perceived it subtly. For he opened his mouth wide, revealing to Leothric ranks of his saber teeth, and his leather gums flapped upward. But when Leothric made to smite his head, he shot forward scorpion-wise over his head the length of his armored tail. And the eyes perceived, and all this the eye perceived in the hilt of Saknoth, who smote suddenly sideways. Not with the edge smote Saknoth, for as he had done so, the severed end of the tail would still come hurtling down like some pine tree that an avalanche had hurled point foremost from the cliff right through the broad breast of some mountaineer. So had Leothric been transfixed, but Saknoth smote sideways with the flat of his blade. That sent the tail whizzing over Leothric's left shoulder, and it rasped upon his armor as it went, and left grooves upon it. Sideways, then, Leothric smote the foiled tail of Wong Bungarok, and Saknoth parried, and the tail went shrieking up the blade as over Leothric's head. Then Leothric and Wong Bungarok fought tooth and nail, and the sword smote as only Saknoth can, and the evil, faithful life of Wong Bungarok the dragon went out through the wide wound. So yeah, lots of wonderful stuff happening there. Yeah. So, this is Jake the Annihilator asked, "Is Monstrous just for D&D?" I joined and found out about the Kickstarter today. It is system agnostic. It works with any TTRPG. We assume you have the stats in your favorite RPG for most monsters that you would want to run. We are just helping you come up with the story bits. Okay, I just noticed it looked more swords and sorcery than anything else. Yeah, well, that's because that's what I like to draw. Pete Baker says, I think it would be simplest to describe Monstrous as a set of inspiring prompts for building the story behind the monsters of your fiction. Yes. Wonderful. It's a dark, mythical fantasy world with lots of different games genres. We include lots of sci-fi examples in the book as well. Yes. Wonderful. So yeah, I love this fight with Wong Bongarok. I think there's so many wonderful details about this that really, like, you know, it lots of amazing details that you as a GM you would be tempted not to give over. Like, you know, the fact that Wong Bongarok came from just from his master's hand. That idea that it's just like, it's telegraphing, it's telling you you're almost done, and you're almost at the final boss, and so on and so forth. It's really good stuff. That bit about the prophesying, I mentioned that hours ago at this point, but it's such a really interesting detail. And then the twist of this, like, you know, he's been kicking dragons' butt this whole time. He just came from a room from killing 2 dragons, but this one was different because this dragon had like the scorpion tail and all that kind of stuff. Just wonderful stuff. Nate Serve with a super chat. Thank you so much. This works great for my Kingdom Heart campaign. Wonderful. I'm so happy. Yeah, I think especially like mobs, brutes, those are going to work really well for you. And as far as like coming up with extra stuff, especially if you're creating new characters and not just the Disney characters, or if you're extrapolating on the Disney characters. But yeah, I think it's really going to help out. Alejandro, your narration skills are seriously awesome. How did you learn, or do you improvise? I just improvise. I'm also, I don't know if you know this, I'm reading from a book right now. Just to be clear, while I do think I enjoy trying to evoke this kind of literature when I am, we are reading from The Fortress Unvanquishable, Save for Sacknoth by Lord Dunsany. Yeah. I love that it's storytelling rather than stats. It's honestly something I've been wanting to see, and I'll be sure to back this. Thank you so much, Jake. Yeah, I really like. It's a tool that doesn't exist, and I think that's a rich space to explore. But it does mean that I think you know, we've had something of an uphill battle. It says, I was talking with my brother about this because he says it's like VR. The first time you put on a VR headset, it's like, oh, I get it now. You know, same thing with Monstrous. Because it doesn't, there's nothing really like it that exists before, people kind of have to use it or really hear someone unpack what it is before it's like, oh, yeah, well, of course I want that. It kind of needs, it needs to be explained a little bit. But yeah, the folks that have used it have really enjoy it. It's fun to use, and we have a couple of examples of that in our Kickstarter updates. So avail yourself of those videos. Yes, good. All right. Let's skip down a bit. Here we go. When Leothric stepped from the black door, Gaznak opened his eyes. He looked neither left nor right, but stood up at once, facing Leothric. This is kind of like Dracula, right? Then the magicians played a death spell on their strings, and and there arose a humming amongst the blade of Sacknoth as he turned the spells aside. When Leothric dropped knocked down, they heard the humming of Sacknoth. And the magicians arose and fled, all wailing as they went upon their strings. Then Gaznak drew out, screaming from its sheath, the sword that was the mightiest in the world except for Sacknoth, and slowly walked towards Leothric, and he smiled as he walked. Although his own dreams had foretold his doom, And when Leothric and Gaznak came together, they looked at each other, and neither spoke a word, but they smote both at once. Their swords met, and each sword knew the other, and from whence he came. And whenever the sword of Gaznak smote upon the blade of Saknoth, it rebounded and gleaming, and the hail from as hail from off of slated roofs. But whenever it came upon the armor of Leothric, it stripped it off in sheets. And upon Gaznak's armor, Saknoth fell oft and furiously, but he never came back snarling, leaving no marks behind. And as Gaznak fought, he held his left hand hovering close to his head. Presently, Leothric smote fair and fiercely at his enemy's neck, but Gaznak, clutching his own hair, clutching his own head by his hair, lifted it aloft, and Gaznak went cleaving through empty space, and Gaznak replaced his head on his neck, and all the while fought nimbly with his sword. And again Leothric swept with Saknoth at Gaznak's bearded neck, and ever the left hand of Gaznak was quicker than the stroke, and the head went up, and the sword rushed vainly under it. What a wonderful scene, right? It's just like this. Now this is a wizard fight, right? This is a final boss. So I think there's some oh, look at this. We got some Germans in chat. That's wonderful. The Eye of Vecna. This is great. Okay. Jay Newman guy says, I have a campaign I'm hoping to start soon, since no one here is probably going to be one of my players. I had the idea of making Halfling Grandma into a Nothic. Yeah. I think that's great. Like, catch people off guard with that stuff. Has there been any info on the tarot cards and their design that come with the higher tiers? They're going to be the illustrations from the book, and I think we have some mock-ups that are available in one of the updates that revealed the tarot cards, but there's not much more information than that, other than that they are, and I should say that they are tarot style cards. It's not going to be like all the 4 suits of tarot in the major arcana and stuff like that. They're going to be monster cards the size of tarot cards, we should say. So on and so forth. I'm afraid I cannot read German very well. JP Kuvert says, whoa, that's awesome. It took me a second to realize what was going on here. Dude just puts his head back on when it gets chopped off. Yeah, right? Like, well, you're not chopping off his head. He's pulling his head off before you can chop it off, right? That is what's going on. We have some newcomers here. I don't know why this is happening. Well, hello, newcomers. Good. I'm glad you understand English. That's great. So we are for newcomers. We are currently reading through a short story from the early 1900s called The Fortress Unvanquishable Save for Saknoth, and we are talking about and celebrating the end of our crowdfunding campaign. It still has a couple of days left. This is for Monstrous, and a system agnostic monster building guide for tabletop RPGs, and feel free to check out the link right here or in the description below to hear more. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, so okay, so it's just 2 people connecting because this is where they happen to be connecting. It's totally fine. That's wonderful. The soft music played with this battle narration sounded so eerie. I wish I could score this to like some copyright music, but we got to be careful about that on a live stream. We don't want to lose it all at the last second. So yeah, this is, I think this is really, really wonderful stuff with Gaznak. And there's sort of some implied, I don't think this is world building, and I don't think the story really invites us to think about this. But this is my headcanon for Thera-Gavarug, right? Why would, if Thera-Gavarug indeed starts off in the Fortress Unvanquishable and is one of these dragons that lives in the Fortress Unvanquishable and then one day leaves, why is that? And I think we get a clue. I think we get a tasty little clue here. That Gaznak's sword is second only to Saknoth, which means that it might be, probably is, made out of a dragon's spike, just like Saknoth is. So why would Thera-Gavarug leave the employ of Gaznak? Because Gaznak wanted... Perhaps it was a relative, right? Perhaps this was Thera-Gavarug's brother that was killed and melted down to make Gaznak's sword. Or indeed Gaznak's armor, which is also impenetrable to Saknoth, right? So we get all of this kind of really, really good stuff. And then even earlier on, right? Like we have these death bards that are playing the death spell on their harps to try to kill Leothric before he can even fight Gaznak. And the sword Saknoth repels music. Oh, it's so good, right? Like, it's just like, it doesn't make any sense except outside of a story. But I think, there is sort of like a gesture that like it vibrates and hums and makes some kind of like counter copacetic vibration or something like that. So you do get a bit of an explanation, but it really doesn't make any sense. But it's a really cool image. And I would love to put something like that in a game, right? Are there any particular monsters without videos that you're excited to publish? Yes, most of them. I really want to talk about gargoyles. I have big plans for gargoyles, but I don't know that it goes in monstrous. Goblin. I can't wait to do a goblin video. Here's what our goblins are going to look like. Although the lore notes that I have written down here is not what we're going with, but just kind of like these awful little folks. I love the design, and I can't wait to draw lots of these little jerks. I think for our friends in Germany, you are kind of hogging the chat. So I would rather like it if you could make arrangements to speak elsewhere. That would be wonderful. Yes. My fingers are crossed for the last 1,000 ish left on the Kickstarter. Yes, I'm excited for that. Absolutely feels so weird and distinctly fantasy. And yes, right? I think this is, there's an argument to be made that the only meaningful distinction to make between mythology and fantasy isn't, I don't think we are led to believe that mythology is always 100% presented as history. I don't think when we read the Odyssey that we are meant to believe that its original audience believed it all happened, or Ovid's Metamorphosis, or so on and so forth. I think a lot of our mythological things are kind of embraced as fan fiction or of a kind, right? I don't know that all of these mythological texts were believed, and one might think that is the difference between fantasy literature and mythology literature. I think fantasy literature is something that kind of includes a post scientific lens on it. in some way. I think, and I think we see that with Tolkien, and I think we see that with a lot of like the Appendix N authors and things like that, where there's a lot of like portal fiction, or what we would call now isekai, which is like, you know, a cool professor or writer kind of getting transported into the fantasy realm and figuring out how dragons actually fly and so on and so forth. But I think Dunsany really stays with the mythological tone and kind of repels a scientific explanation for what's going on. But yeah, I don't know that I would write a paper about it or something like that. But the word fantasy really, it's so like, it means so many different things to so many people. But there are certain images that kind of like resonate there. But it's like, ooh, I love the more mythological, the more story-like, the more sing-song it is, treatment of reality is, the better, I say. Sally asks, Kyle, what has been the most delightful surprise in terms of what Kenny has created, starting with your art? The poetry. Absolutely, it's the poetry. It is Kenny has yet to write me like a love letter. But in many ways he has many times already. Because he's writing goblin poems, and he's writing orc poems, and he's writing these kind of like in-world bitlets of fiction. Not that we really have a solid setting, but it's just like it draws me in, and it makes me invest my drawings, which I feel very connected to already, with more meaning and more mystery and things to wonder about them. And that has been my favorite thing so far. Although, Sally, not to be outdone, your writing for the Skeletons Corps is also kind of one of the moments where it's just like, I got goosebumps. When you have the bit of like, what are the things that the villagers believe will keep the skeletons away, is genius. And it only bothers me that we can't just copy and paste that on everything. I think that should be something that's on every monster in a fantasy TTRPG, right? I think the only reason that people exist with these impossible high hit point monsters that only heroes can kill is the fact that there is some kind of tchotchke or totem that we can put in front of our house to keep them away. And I think you including that was a stroke of brilliance. And such a wonderful surprise. Yeah, Dante's Inferno, right? Like this is not a serious, the Divine Comedy from Dante Alighieri is not proposed as a serious work of theology, and neither is Pilgrim's Progress by John Bunyan, right? Like this is sort of gesturing at some allegories and things for very different purposes, I should say, but. We're borrowing this stuff to kind of like, but I think it would be strange to go, and I don't think it's just a chronological issue. Thank you so much, Jay Newman guy, for hanging out and for the super chat. That's really kind of you. Yeah, all super chats go to the funding goal. So that's really fun. But yeah, I don't think we're really meant to think of Dante's work as fantasy. Like it has kind of it's a polemic of a kind, right? As many fantasies are, I suppose. But still, like I think it's not written in the same spirit that this is, or that the Fortress Unvanquishable is, or so on and so forth. So. I have really enjoyed reading this with you guys. I had a lot of things on my list of things to do, and I'm just glad that we got a chance to kind of like talk this through. It's this is fun. I'm having a blast. Aiden, this story, it's actually in the public domain. I'm reading it off of wikisource.org. It's called The Fortress Unvanquishable, Save for Saknoth by Lord Dunsany, and it is in his short story collection called The Sword of Welleran and Other Stories. The Sword of Welleran is also a really cool story too. Jake says, I'm loving the stream. I've been working since 6 a.m. and I get off in 30 minutes at 6 p.m. and this is really helping my day be more enjoyable. That is so wonderful to hear. It's fun. It's fun to be included in other people's lives as they go about their thing. They get to hear all the fun conversation we're having. Love that. Thanks for answering. You bet. Wonderful. Alexander Wizard Jar says, hey, Kyle, the Kickstarter is so close to hitting its goal. In the godforsaken case it doesn't reach for the few dollars or something, will you give it a few more days? Or is that not possible? I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's something that we can do. I might be wrong about that. But yeah, we will cross that bridge when we come to it. And we knew there was always the chance, right? Like anytime you go in, passing around the hat, you never know. So we'll all be very sad and disappointed if that doesn't happen. But it's c'est la vie. It has been wonderful to connect with all the people that are excited about the project, and perhaps that will just have to be reward enough. Games are art, and art connects people, and Monstrous has already done that, and I think we're all really happy with that and proud with that. Peter Baker says, wanted to thank you for introducing us to the story. Sometimes all you need for inspiration is an unabashedly mythic fantasy nonsense. Yes, my pleasure, and I totally agree. Put that, Jake the Annihilator says, put that book in chat, because I think it keeps coming up in chat if you do, but it is called The Fortress Unvanquishable Save for Saknoth. And this is from Lord Dunsany. We can't unstay. Okay, all right. Yes, Ricardo is saying we've got people from all over the world: Norway, Germany, U.S. I'm watching from Brazil. That's wonderful. Oh, that's what that BR was for earlier. Okay, that makes sense. Excellent. Here we go. And sorry for the spam. Those are clearly bots of some kind. Let's see. Am I all caught up then? It might be. Yes. Okay. All right. So let's finish up this story, shall we? And the story gives me goosebumps every time. You're going to love this. And ringing the fight. Oh, and we are reading. We've mentioned the story several times. We are doing this to kind of round off the last couple of days of funding for Monstrous, the system agnostic monster building guide. Check the link above. And the ringing fight went on until Leothric's armor lay around him on the floor, and the marble was splashed with his blood. And the sword of Gaznak was notched like a saw from the meeting of the blade of Saknoth. And still Gaznak stood unwounded and smiling still. And at last, Leothric looked at the throat of Gaznak and aimed with Saknoth. And again, Gaznak lifted his head by the hair, but not at his throat flew Saknoth. For Leothric struck instead the lifted hand. And though the wrist of it went, this is where the archaic language kind of causes me to trip up a little bit. And though the wrist of it went Saknoth whirring, as a scythe goes through a stem of a single flower. And bleeding, the severed hand fell to the floor, and at once blood spurted from the shoulders of Gaznak and dripped from his falling hand. And the tall pinnacles went down into the earth. and the wide fair terraces rolled away, and the court was gone like the dew, and the wind came and the colonnades drifted hence, and all the colossal halls of Gaznak fell, and the abysses closed up, and suddenly as the mouth of a man having told a tale will never speak no more. And then Leothric looked around him in the marshes where the night mist was passing away, and there was no fortress, nor sound of dragon or mortal. Only beside him lay an old man, wizened and evil and dead, whose head and hand were severed from his body. And gradually, over the wide lands, and the dawn was coming up, and ever growing in beauty as it came, like the peal of an organ played by a master's hand, growing louder and lovelier as the soul of the master warms, and at last giving praise with all its mighty voice. And then the birds sang, and Leothric went homeward, and he left the marshes and came to the dark wood, and the light of dawn ascending lit upon him. And into Alethurion he came ere noon, and with him brought the evil wizened head, and the people rejoiced, and their nights of trouble ceased. This is the tale of the vanquishing of the fortress unvanquishable save for Saknoth, and of its passing away, as it is told and believed by those who love the mystic days of old. Others have said, and vainly claimed to prove, that a fever came to Alethurion and went away, and that this same fever drove Leothric into the marshes by night, and made him dream there and act violently with a sword. And others say again that there hath been no town of Alethurion, and that Leothric never lived. Peace to them. The gardener hath gathered up his autumn leaves. Who shall say them? Who shall see them again? And who wot of them? And who shall say what hath befallen in the days of long ago? And that concludes our reading of The Fortress Unvanquishable Save for Saknoth by Lord Dunsany, collected in his short stories collection, The Swords of Welinir and Other Tales. It is a powerful story. And just like that turn of like even the evil wizard dying, there is something less colorful about our world. It's a very, very Tolkien idea, isn't it? Right? That there is much the echoes of Galadriel in this. I have passed my test, and surely now I will diminish into the west, and so on and so forth. Like there is a real bittersweet ending on this as we return to terra firma. You know, we are returned to our seats as listeners, no longer wrapped up in the spell of the story, and we are left yearning for it to be true. And I think that is very well captured in his prose. Yes, indeed. There be robots. It's monstrous. Lindway, this is an incredibly anime-like scene. Yeah, I think so, right? It's very, very... It's very Legends of Zelda. It's very Sword Hero. You know, it's also like has, you know, hints of like Overlord or something like that in it. You know, like it's just very big ending here, and then it just kind of like all just strips away, and this is very, very anime. It's just the melodrama, like the highs, the lows. Oh, it's so good, so good. Yeah, peace be unto them. Gaznak is an evil dead wizard, and that kind of sucks. JP Couvert, yes, it's such a wonderful story, right? Like, not without its foibles, not without its caveats and footnotes and whatnot. But I'm just ever so glad that we gave ourselves the indulgence of going through it. Now, I mean, I did skip a big chunk in the middle. There's a couple more dragon fights that we didn't talk about. There's temptresses, and yeah, there's lots of cool stuff that we kind of skipped over to make sure that we reached the end. But yeah, it was what a delightful story, and I think you know, even though this story and the other writings of Dunsany heavily were something that, you know, Gygax had on his mind. That's why when he wrote Dungeons and Dragons, that's why he mentions Dunsany by name in Appendix N. I think you know, there is a part of this that remains uncaptured by the stat blocks. You know, there is something that remains elusive. There is a bittersweetness there, and you know, there's a tragedy to all these monsters as well. All of these monsters, even the evil wizard, were kind of, and you know, you would never say in a triumphant tone, and the life went out of him through his wound, right? Like, there's a mourning tone to that. And so even when we're talking about like the scorpion-tailed prophesying dragon of Wangbangarak, there's a moment of pity for all these things. They are as the falling of autumn leaves, signaling the change of season, you know. The age of the elf is over, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't know what there else is to talk about. I am thankful that we managed to keep this last stream going for looks like, yeah, 3 hours and 45 minutes without it dropping. That's really wonderful. Are there any monstrous monsters without tragedy? Asking for the writer. That's a great question. I don't think so. Not if I have my way about it. There, you know, it is as the Goya political illustration says, the sleep of reason produces monsters, right? And I think monsters are always an imbalance from people going where they don't belong or not respecting what they're doing. And these fears are oftentimes, you know, manufactured from progress scraping into places that might better be left alone. I don't know. It's easy for me to say. I already have all the benefits of our modern industrial life and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think all these anxieties and everything have a tragedy. Something's gone wrong to make monsters. Otherwise, they would just be scary animals. You know, these are not wild dogs. As you yourself once put, Kenny, bugs aren't bears. Monsters aren't bears. If it can do what a bear does, it's not a monster. It's just scary. So yeah. Commando Wallace, so glad the international shipping got sorted. Hope it gets that last bit. Yes, absolutely. We're also really glad we sorted that out. Kickstarter says the funding goes way up. Yeah, so sometimes what ends up happening is those people that clicked the remind me in the last 48 hours kind of get reminded. and they kind of make their decisions. So I guess we'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, I really appreciate everybody watching and helping us spread the word and kind of celebrate this campaign with us on the live stream today. Iron Golem super chats with $20, which is going to the Kickstarter pledge. Thank you so much. What are your thoughts about using random generators for monster inspiration? The book Pars Fortuna shows how this can present some incredible, unique ideas. Yes, I have many thoughts about using random tables to make monsters, some of which are included in, at least in practice, in this book that Kenny and I worked on called Agnostic. Where you make a stack of books in a summoning circle, and one of these things is to help you come up with monsters by pulling random pages out of a book to figure out what kind of monsters you want to make and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think random ways is a great way to introduce extra flavor, and I think. We are also going to be offering lots of extra random tables to roll on for each of these different monster types to kind of like get the imagination going and look for bits that you might not think of otherwise. The wonderful thing about random tables is that random tables are you can roll on them, of course, but you can also just read through them and see what the possibility space is. You don't even have to. You can sometimes just pick something. Oh, that sounds cool. Like you don't have to kind of use it, but it oftentimes, especially in like OSR stuff, if we are to kind of pick from, I think I bumped the camera. Sorry. But yeah, here's a D12 random table of weather from Morkborg. Lifeless gray, hammering rain, piercing wind, deafening storm, black as the night, dead quiet, cloudburst, soup-thick mist, cackling frost, irradiated drizzle, roaring thunder, grave-like cold. That's how to write a random table, because you can read through that, never intend to use the roll on the random weather table, but you learn something about the setting and you learn something about the tone of this game. That's how to write a good random table. It's got to tell you something by just reading it. And I think there are too many D4 Goblin random tables. It's just like, oh, I can think of D4 Goblins. Give me something on this table I wouldn't have thought of. Give me something, give me a little mustard on it, It's a little dry. Stabby Rogue, monsters happen when something's wrong. This is fun puffed exercise. Absolutely. That is a play away from the table for those who haven't listened to our Splatbook episode about that. And yeah, right? Like you kind of, like what are, again, I was asked way earlier in the chat, like how to make thieves and cultists. It's like, what are they reacting to? What's pushing them around? What's making them desperate enough to attack and waylay people on the road? Something's gone wrong. And maybe you are just the hero to set it right. It's a strong call to action. Thank you so much for pledging, Foxy Owl. That is very wonderful of you, and I can't wait for you to get your book. Very kind of it. Hey, can you get that book as an add-on in advance of that funding number? These, okay, so Agnostic and Old Roads, which is a book of isometric maps. Both of these are available as add-ons, but they are just because we don't want to like we don't want to charge you shipping twice. We are just going to ship it all out together when they come. But I think we should be able to give you the PDFs of these things soon after the funds are transferred. God willing, and the creek don't rise. Knock on wood. Pinch of salt over the shoulder and all that. Ooh, yes, Foxy Owl. I'm starting an Iron Sworn game soon and feeling like that just read the table vibe. Oh, yeah. It's I think so. I actually, I should say there was a while ago, I did a live stream for a game on Plus One EXP network. And we had these goblins that I made with Monstrous that I ran as part of an adventure. I both prepped them and ran them. And I had the idea that these goblins took the shape of these bodies that were frozen together for warmth and mummified in the high mountain altitudes. And that image for that monster I actually first came up with when I was running a game of Ironsworn, because it has like this, cold northern Bronze Age kind of feel to it, and the idea of like what monsters exemplify freezing. The only thing worse than freezing to death by yourself is freezing to death, clutching to your loved one in vain, knowing that you're both gonna, that's the powerful stuff, right? JP, who played in that game, those were goblins. I mean, they were only goblins if you give them that name, but that's why you don't name your monsters, right? But we use the goblin rules to make them. So I mean, that's the thing, is like what is the fear that this monster is supposed to embody? If we start there, we can end up in a very different situation, because that's, goblins are perhaps the fear of the outsider, perhaps the fear of the foreign trader, perhaps it's the fear of the forest itself. I mean, who's to say? But it certainly was a metaphor before it was a stat block. Alexander Wizard Jar asks a wonderful question. What is my take on monstrous playable races like goblins and kobolds? Does their being civilized mess with monstrous? No, it doesn't. Monstrous assumes that these, so it's like we're making versions of them for you to spin in your own direction. We're kind of suggesting that you think about goblins and kobolds not as these cultures or races. We're giving you an alternative. If you want to run the goblins as they are oftentimes presented, you already have that. There's no need to make that monstrous, right? They are, bandits that live in caves and have funny rhymes and stuff, right? Like, you already know how to do that. So what we're offering in Monstrous, when we give you examples of classic monsters, we're trying to give you a twist, something else to think about the next time you start a campaign, you start building your own world. It's not compatible with Forgotten Realms, but there's no reason that you have to use our goblins as goblins in your game if you like them. All you got to do is scratch that out and write your own name in. Or, even better, never name that monster. Don't do it. But as far as playable races are concerned, as I said earlier, I think the point of having all of these different things, like, it's just, to me, I don't understand what the fantasy of playing these different races are, especially when they're so well balanced. Like, I feel like if I play something with wings, I never really get to actually do that without any caveats. Or I don't actually get to play an actual giant. I don't actually get to play an actual centaur. It's always like this level-bound kind of like balanced thing. So if essentially I'm a human being and I'm going to pretend to be a human being, or I'm going to pretend to be an orc or a goblin or something like that, that fantasy doesn't appeal to me, and Monstrous isn't really about that anyway. Monstrous has a point of view to share and tools to offer that don't really coincide with playable kobolds. But like I said much earlier in the stream, if you want to do like little lizard MacGyvers that are stapling jars of acid to the end of a cricket bat, then go for it. But you already have that. That already exists. So there's no need for me to come in and tell you how to do it differently. Yes, is a greedy noble not a monster? I mean, I mean, when we call actual people monsters, we are being figurative, right? We are departing from literal language. So yeah, but I think even the word ogre originally starts from a political cartoon. It's like a French, I think it came up in like the French Revolution or something like that. So even like some of these things that we think of as like these ancient things that predate such and such, like some of these monsters are actually quite new. So yeah, I mean, certainly figuratively, rich nobles can be monsters. I think, friends, I think we are at time, and I am certainly hungry enough to eat one of these griffins carrying a bear, carrying a person, carrying a branch, carrying a bird that we looked at in a Hieronymus Bosch painting earlier today. I am famished, so I think that will do it. But thank you so much for hanging out on stream and being so kind and supportive. And I'm really looking forward to this campaign finishing up strongly with the help of you all wonderful people, and for this book to get finish getting illustrated and get out there into the world. Peter Barker is saying, slightly random and belated, the Medusa design you showed off reminds me of somewhat of the monster design from an old PS Vita game, Soul Sacrifice. Didn't have a Vita. I don't know what this is, but it wouldn't surprise me. It's really nothing new. It's only new to hand that over to a Gorgon. So recombining some of these things in exciting new ways, some of these old images in new ways, is what I really enjoy doing. But thank you all for popping in and saying hello. And if you haven't already, please swing by and just check out some of the cool updates that we've had for the Kickstarter. Lots of different videos of Amber and Kenny making monsters, and you know, JP made us a skeleton using Monstrous and talking about that process. Even James Introcasso made us a fun skeleton monster that you can check out on those updates and on our itch page. And I need some pithy sign off. I will say this. Peace to you. The gardener has gathered up this autumn's leaves.